Okay, great. Good evening. It is 5:33, and I call this meeting to order. Have any blue cards been received for closed session items?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Then the board will recess to closed session. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the members of the public, board members, and staff. Thank you for attending. As noted in Board Bylaw 9324, this meeting is being video recorded and broadcast via a link on our website. The recording and broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. I'd like to remind audience members and speakers that it is not unusual for students and young children to be in attendance at our meetings or to watch the recorded broadcast. I invite you to model civility and decorum as we go through the business of the board this evening. While I cannot prohibit anyone from using unprofessional language, please think about the students and adults who are watching our proceedings. We invite you to show support for speakers by waving your fingers rather than clapping or cheering. We'll begin tonight's meeting with Student Board Representative Imen Aladrisi leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Ward will lead us in a moment of meditation. I will read from our meeting norms. Trustee Emery will read the district vision, and Ms. Garcia will take roll.
Please stand. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. In honor of Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday and how he stood up for civil and human rights for everyone, I have a story to share with you. This narrative is part of the George W. Bush's Institute Stories from American Immigrants series, showcasing their contributions to the U.S. Juan Carlos Hernandez immigrated to the U.S. from Mexico at the age of 9 with his brothers to reunite with their mother, who had left for a better life. Growing up in a challenging environment, Juan faced significant obstacles, including living without basic necessities. His mother worked multiple jobs supporting them and eventually helped them obtain legal status. At 12, Juan began working to ease their financial burden. He received his green card at 15 and enlisted in the U.S. Army at 18, aiming to serve his country. While serving in Afghanistan, Juan was injured by an enemy grenade, losing his right leg below the knee. He took the U.S. citizenship test during his deployment and became an American citizen in May of 2009. After his recovery, Juan began attending college in California with hopes of becoming an occupational therapist, dedicating himself to helping children with disabilities. Immigration brings immense value to America by enriching the cultural fabric, driving economic growth, fostering innovation. Immigrants contribute significantly to the labor force, filling essential roles in various sectors and creating jobs. They bring diverse perspectives, experiences, enhancing creativity and problem-solving capacities in both our communities and industries. The stories of immigrants like Juan illustrate the resilience and determination embodying the American spirit and reinforcing our strength as a country. I know this because I am a daughter of immigrants. If you want to read more stories like that, you can go to the Catalyst Journal at the bushcenter.org.
Our norms are everyone participates, seek first to understand, then to be understood, stay on topic, listen before responding, keep discussion moving forward, remain objective, adhere to time, one conversation, and conduct ourselves with gracious professionalism.
And I shall read from our district vision. Our staff members demonstrate an uncompromising commitment to student growth. They are leading scholars and experts in their field. They enthusiastically share their experience and knowledge and bring innovative ideas to their craft.
Thank you, and we will now take roll. Student Board Representative Eladrisi.
Here.
Trustee Ciosi.
Here.
Trustee Emery.
Here.
Trustee Verbat.
Here.
Trustee Ward.
Here.
Trustee Rawlings.
Here. Thank you. And we now move on to Part 4, approval of the agenda. Trustees, are there any questions? May I have a motion to approve agenda item 4.1, approval and/or reorganization of the January 22nd meeting agenda?
Motion.
Second.
There's a motion by trustee Ward, second by trustee Verbeff. Any discussion? No discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Cioce,
Yes.
Trustee Emery,
Yes.
Trustee Burback,
Yes.
Trustee Ward,
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to Part 5, Communication. Item 5.1, Report by Student Representative to the Board. I am now happy to introduce Trustee Eladrisi, representing Sage Creek High School, who will provide the Board with a report.
Hello. Good evening. For Sage Creek's report, tomorrow, January 23rd, Sage Creek High will host its third annual blood drive of the year from 8:30 to 1:30 p.m. Walk-ins are welcome. Our ASB is hard at work sending information on our upcoming hoop coming. Sage welcomes everyone, including district staff, starting with the carnival right after school on January 31st. Our Hoopcoming Carnival is a unique event where students host organizational booths, games, and challenges that are fun for the entire family in our community, which is one of our biggest events of the year. The celebration continues with the boys and girls varsity basketball games, followed by the Hoopcoming dance. Also, don't miss the varsity soccer game down at the field. We also have been fundraising to support the victims of the recent fires in LA by collecting food items and school supplies for the Pasadena district, whose schools were severely affected. We are proud of our schools' clubs for mobilizing efforts to help fellow students in need and raising awareness and donations for our local districts. Sage hopes to spread awareness and while also inviting our fellow community to celebrate our annual Hoopcoming Friday, January 31st. For the report of Carlsbad High, as Carlsbad High School wraps up successful first semester, they recap on some of the last couple of highlights. Coming back from winter break, ASB successfully hosted several therapy dogs to comfort students before their finals. To celebrate the end of the semester, ASB will be putting up gold stars for students who receive over a 3.0 GPA. As for sports, girls and boys basketball, boys water polo, wrestling, and girls and boys soccer are fully underway. ASB is hosting Powder Puff signups again this year and working hard to plan February's winter formal. Finally, speech and debate recently competed at ASU, and dance is heading to nationals in Florida next week. The report for Seaside and CVA. Both schools recently celebrated in successful completion of the first semester. As Carlsbad Seaside Academy, they are proud to announce that their seniors have received acceptance letters to a variety of prestigious universities, including Hawaii Pacific University, the University of Hawaii, Cal State Channel Islands, Cal State Monterey Bay, Cal State Sonoma, Cal State San Marcos, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, and the University of Northern Colorado. Carlsbad Village Academy had an equally exciting milestone with 4 students completing their graduation requirements on the final day of the semester. These students have worked diligently to achieve their significant accomplishments, and they are proud of their perseverance and dedication. In the spirit of supporting their students as they plan for their education after high school, both schools hosted a FAFSA workshop on the campus on January 14th. Financial aid counselors from Miracosta College joined them to assist students and their families in completing the FAFSA application process. This workshop was a tremendous success, with many students and families gaining valuable guidance and navigating financial aid opportunities. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. We now move on to item 5.2, Superintendent's Report, and that'll be for Rick Schmidt.
Thank you. So January is School Board Appreciation Month, and I'd like to thank each of you and all of you for your leadership, your commitment, and your dedication, and I really mean that. I fully understand the effort, the time, and all of the work that you do, and some of the work is difficult. And so I want to help you celebrate it by just acknowledging what all of us know as staff and what our community, I believe, knows how hard you work and how much you work to support the taxpayers, the students, the parents, and the staff in this greater Carlsbad community. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we move on to item 5.3, public comment on non-agenda items. This is the time that members of the public have the opportunity to address the board on any non-agendized item that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. How many blue cards have we received for non-agenda items?
2.
Thank you. In order to allow speakers to present their comments and ensure we are able to properly attend to the business of the board, per Board Bylaw 9323, public comments will be limited to 20 minutes. This means each speaker will have 3 minutes. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. The first speaker is Laura Pitts.
Good evening. I'm Laura Pitts. I'm the CEO at Carlsbad Educational Foundation. I have 2 kids in the district at Calavera Elementary School. I wanted to take today to highlight one of our most beloved programs because this month nearly all 5th graders will be heading to Junior Achievement BizTown. Hope Elementary will go in May. And in case you're unfamiliar with BizTown, it is a Carlsbad Educational Foundation funded field trip where students visit a simulated town to get a glimpse into the workforce. They select a profession, they work shifts, they write and cash checks, they get to vote for a mayor, and the program introduces students to the concept of a career and connects the dots between what they learn in school and what they observe in real life. And this program aligns with the Career Pathway 3-year strategic plan, offering students a unique and memorable hands-on experience in career exploration. So it's been a neat time for us this week. I've heard from many 5th grade students who have expressed their excitement. And when we do senior scholarship interviews, they're in 12th grade, they oftentimes continue to talk about this experience. So it's a pretty neat, unique experience we have. And I want to remind the community and this board that experiences like this are made possible by a generous and engaged community. And there are many ways for the community to get involved with helping support programs like this. One is just to choose CEF programs like after school enrichment and kids care, as well as attending our annual gala and just general charitable giving. And so in that spirit, I wanted to share 2 things. One, we've gotten questions about summer. Some parents are very organized and are already planning their summer. And for those parents, I wanted them to know we are finalizing the program. We will have our enrollment portals open for our summer programs early March. And registration will open March for both the half-day and full-day camps. We will be located at a CUSD elementary school. The actual school will be determined soon. We will also be offering CEF Academy as we have in years past. We will be doing virtual PE, Spanish, and geometry, and we expect registration for that to open late February. And then finally, the gala is coming. We want to remind the public that the gala will take place on Saturday, May 17th at the Omni La Costa Resort. We will be featuring the Mighty Untouchables, which are dance hits. And it is the largest district-wide fundraiser. It is a ton of fun. We have discounted tickets available through January 31st. So anyone that's intending on joining should buy a ticket tonight and save money. So have a great night.
Thank you. And next speaker is Katrina Weilich.
Hello, Katrina Weidlich, a teacher and parent of 2 kids in the district, and I reside within the district as well. Hello, trustees and school board. In light of changing policies regarding undocumented mothers, fathers, children, and individuals in our country, I was hoping for some resources from the district on how to support my students and families to make them aware of their rights and resources to help them navigate this time of confusion and uncertainty. I looked around to see what other districts offer and found that surrounding districts provide guidance and resources on their website or publicly proclaim their district as a safe haven district. The California Department of Education supports this work with AB 699, which states, it requires, and this is from the CDE, requires all California public schools to provide protection for students regardless of immigration status and extend specific support to immigrant students and their families. AB 699 requires that schools adopt supportive practices in response to heightened immigration enforcement, including updated staff training, curriculum development, and the following, which includes some of report police enforcement of immigration laws to school boards, ensure schools are following a family's designated emergency plan, and inform parents about their children's right to a free public education and about policies to resist assistance with immigration enforcement at schools. The CDE also states, districts and county offices are encouraged to make powerful and reassuring statements to their students and families and to provide accurate information about relevant laws. It is important that parents and guardians feel safe on their school campuses so they will fully participate in their school communities. Engaged parents play a key role in helping students succeed on their way to 21st century careers and college. On a personal level, students and families right now are feeling anxious, confused, and uncertain. This anxiety directly impacts a student's ability to learn and thrive on campus and can disrupt the overall learning environment. I can say for myself, I pour everything I can into every one of my students for an entire year, and I can't imagine looking up and not seeing them there. So please do what you can to prioritize supporting our Carlsbad families and uphold AB 699. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to Part 6, Consent Calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless there is a board request for one or more specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any items to be pulled for discussion? Trustee Verbeff.
I'd like to pull item 6.19 from the consent calendar.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 6.19? I will go ahead and move to approve the consent calendar without item 6.19.
Second for Beth.
And there's a second. And Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Cioce,
Yes.
Trustee Emery,
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff,
Yes.
Trustee Ward,
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And Trustee Verbeff, did you contact the superintendent, letting them know that you'd be pulling the item? Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, I pulled a similar, a club that was different, but for the same reason, and I did talk to Dr. Nye about this as well. My concerns are not about the club itself, but around the Constitution. And I'd like to discuss this because in the Constitution, it states that, let me read it exactly. And this is for legal reasons, I'm pulling this item. It states in Article 3, the club shall have meetings every Friday at lunch, which is fine, and occasionally meet outside of school for protests or speeches. And I just want to point out that when I brought this up for a different club, our legal team responded with, overall, while anyone can sue anyone for anything, there is an equal, if not potentially greater, legal risk that students may claim violation of the EAA if they have otherwise met all requirements to be approved as a club under your policies. Those actions also carry a risk of recovery of attorney fees, so they can also be expensive cases as well. The JPA response was, protests and rallies of that nature are not likely to be covered by your district insurance. So I just wanted to bring that up because I wondered if we could have the Constitution, the language around protests be changed so that we would be covered as a district.
Okay. Are there any questions for staff? Trustee Emery?
Even though it's written in the Constitution, if it states that it's outside of school, does school actually have any jurisdiction over that?
Yeah, staff does not believe if a district employee is not supervising the event and they're merely attending a rally or they're attending a speech, staff does not believe that we have any jurisdiction over that. Certainly, as the attorneys mentioned, there could be we could be sued for that, but we don't believe that we have jurisdiction over that.
And I can clarify in the insurance piece that the insurance covers activities that are organized by the school, school-sponsored, and supervised by a certificated staff member. So in the event that a club chooses, or a group of students choose to do something off campus that is not authorized, sponsored, or supervised by the school, we would have immunities under the government code and ed code in which we would be able to excuse ourselves from litigation in the event. And that's why they say it's not covered by insurance, because it's not our event. And so, we would very quickly look to excuse ourselves from any litigation that arises from students doing things that they do on their own time.
Did you have a follow-up, Trustee Verbath?
yeah.
Go ahead.
So could we include language then, Mr. Dill, to state that we don't have, if these are okay if we don't have supervision, make sure to ensure that whoever oversees this club, the advisor, is not in attendance? Because if the advisor was in attendance, then we would be liable, correct?
I have a follow-up to that.
That would then be, was the advisor there on their own time, or were they there in an official capacity as a club advisor? Arguments could also be made that we could not impede the free speech of that advisor if they chose to also participate in any type of activity, political activity off campus on their own time outside of work hours. I think if we get a little too specific in these constitutions, then that could also open us to people who are, I don't want to say nitpicking, but very scrutinizing the language, leaving it more open and broad. That protects free speech rights. But, club advisors should be aware of, the impression that is given if they are encouraging or also having communication with students or parents that they will be there to act in a supervisory capacity, also having those discussions with their administrators so that it's clear that I'm not going there as club advisor, I just like this cause and I will be there, but it's not a school activity. And I would say that's true for every single club and not this one or those that are political, religious, or could be deemed as controversial.
And staff will be sure to follow up with Dr. Way on this occasion, and he can remind the advisor of that as well.
Thank you.
Trustee Ward?
I think you pretty much answered it, but I think if they're identifying themselves as the Progressive Youth of California Club and they're going outside, even if they're not.
Trustee Ward, is that a question?
Yeah, it's a question.
Good.
And they're not being supervised by a certificated staff member, but they are a Carlsbad approved club. We could still be liable for that, correct?
Yeah, I whether or not we'd be liable or not, I don't know the specific circumstances. I think to Mr. Dill's point, if we have an advisor, a certificated advisor that's actively encouraging them to attend an event and there's something that happens there, then potentially there's some liability that we open ourselves up to. If the advisor isn't actively supervising that event and the kids decide to go on their own, then that's a different story. So I think it depends on the circumstances. Certainly, we don't view those as if a group of students were to attend a specific event without the supervision, we wouldn't view that as a school-sponsored activity at that point in time.
Other questions? I did have one. Just to confirm that the Constitution is in compliance with the school's rules and the district rules when forming a club and the constitution of a club.
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Thank you. No more questions? Okay, any discussion? Okay, Ms. Garcia could, wait a minute, I apologize. Okay, now we need may I have a motion and a second to approve item 6.19.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, motion from Trustee Emery,
Second.
second from Trustee Ward. Now there's discussion. My apologies. Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Cioce?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbath?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now we move on to Part 7, Information Discussion Action Item. Item 7.1, Proposal of Extended Day Kindergarten Pilot. Trustees, this is an information discussion item. I will now hand it over to Dr. Nye.
All right. Thank you, President Rawlings, trustees, Superintendent Schmidt. During the December board meeting, we received a board request to bring back specific information regarding an all-day kindergarten pilot in Carlsbad Unified. Tonight, staff has prepared a presentation with two options for consideration for piloting an extended day kindergarten for the 25-26 school year. A couple items before we kind of dive into the presentation, and I do want to thank Director Fuentes, who graciously spent a lot of time on putting the slides together in a very condensed period. But just a couple items to highlight before we dive in. Item number one is, as President Rawlings had stated, this is an information discussion item. We're looking for board direction this evening on the two options that are being presented. Once we receive some additional direction, we're prepared to bring back the item again, either in February or March, for a more formalized approval, if the board so chooses. For the purposes of discussion this evening, we did not identify any potential schools for the pilot. Once we determine the total number of schools in the pilot, we would bring back specific schools as a recommendation in a future board meeting. We do have a slide in the presentation that discusses criteria for selecting a pilot school. Certainly, we'd be interested in hearing from the trustees if there are any additional criteria that we should be considering that we currently are not. And that we do have we do not have any specific costs at this time as well. We think that the cost for the pilot should be minimal depending on the scope of the school selected. We will bring back specific cost of the pilot during final approval. So what we have in front of you, sorry, I'm not casting the presentation. What we have in front of you is a brief timeline that we included in the slide deck. Back in February of last year, you'll recall that there was a governance request at that point in time to gather some more information about the pros and cons of an all-day kindergarten implementation in Carlsbad. And there was also a request to send out a survey to TK teachers, kinder teachers, as well as first grade teachers. We did that at that point in time. We provided some information to trustees. We also provided some research around all-day kindergarten, which we provided to the board back then. We also, in April, had as part of our LCAP discussion some additional information, some more cost associated to an all-day kinder program. But that was for a full implementation. That would not be cost associated just for a limited pilot. And then that leads us up to the December 16th request that we received most recently, and that's what we're doing here tonight, is talking specifically about the pilot itself. It wouldn't be to talk about an all school implementation of all of our school sites. This is to narrow the scope of really kind of dipping our toe in the water as it relates to kind of a pilot program and what it would look like for all-day K at some of our school sites. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Fuentes, who's going to walk us through the bulk of the slides. And then at the end, we're happy to answer questions.
Good evening. To provide a bit more background, here's a comparison of a couple sample schedules. One is our current kindergarten half-day schedule with the overlap of both cohorts, and the other is a potential schedule we could use in an extended day kindergarten pilot. Based on research of neighboring districts, some districts end the kindergarten school day 20 to 45 minutes before grades 1 through 5, and many implemented a gradual transition to full days by beginning the year with half days for the first 4 to 6 weeks. In the current schedule, students receive 180 instructional minutes. Classes are split into 2 cohorts, the early birds and the late owls. Core instruction is provided in blocks when only a single cohort is in attendance. So this allows the opportunity for small group instruction and even smaller rotation groups to allow targeted reading and math instruction. There's an overlap of both groups where they engage in calendar time, their specials, science, social studies, and have their nutrition break and recess. In the proposed extended day kindergarten schedules, students would receive around 300 instructional minutes per day, and this includes structured instructional blocks, albeit with the whole class, dedicated time for enrichment and designated supports like our ELD, as well as some exploratory and play-based learning opportunities. An extended day schedule provides a dedicated lunch period and additional recess. In summary, the full-day model provides more instructional time inclusive of developmentally appropriate play-based learning opportunities, as well as schedule continuity between grades 1 through 5. However, it loses the opportunity for core instruction in that smaller cohort. So at the December meeting of the Board of Trustees, staff was asked to bring back information regarding a full-day kindergarten pilot of 2 schools, one in North Carlsbad and one in South Carlsbad. At this time, it's uncertain what the demand for a full-day kindergarten program will be. With a 2-school pilot, we may find that the community demand may outweigh the capacity of limited sites, as most schools have 2 to 3 kindergarten classes. Families preferring an early bird, late owl schedule may need to transfer out of their home school. We also considered expanding the pilot to an additional school or 2. Still with a small pilot, this would allow greater participation and may allow for better representation of our district demographics and special populations. In selecting pilot schools, there are a number of things that we want to consider. We would want to ensure that the pilot is diverse and representative of our student populations. This includes students with individualized plans or programs and our multilingual learners. We also want to consider the socioeconomic diversity within Carlsbad Unified. Additionally, we'd want to consider strategic and accessible geographic locations and facilities. We do have some elementary schools impacted by construction and modernization projects that may not be able to accommodate expanded capacity at this time. There are a number of benefits in piloting an extended day schedule prior to potential district-wide implementation. Pilot would provide time to develop and refine the program before expansion, as well as an opportunity to gather feedback from our staff and community. It's also allowing for any resolution of facility needs, staffing, and budgeting logistics. Ultimately, if we are to move forward with full-day kindergarten district-wide, a pilot would support a thoughtful rollout. Furthermore, next year we implement universal TK, which means all students who turn 4 by September 1st are eligible to attend TK. So TK is our half-day program, and given our families would opt into our TK program, TK plus the option of kids care afterwards would prepare students for a longer day the following year. Piloting the new program is not without its challenges, and differing schedules between pilot schools and non-pilot schools would change the dynamics of our kindergarten collaboration meetings. If we were to move forward with a pilot, we'd want to ensure that all teachers engaged in program development. Additionally, uncertain of the demand for full-day kindergarten at this time, participation may be limited just to pilot schools. Piloting a full day will have an impact both on staffing and facilities. We may need to transfer teachers to piloting schools if demand is high and we want to increase capacity to max out participation. We may also need to add or increase hours of our support staff. The biggest staffing demand we might anticipate is adding agency aides. Currently, we can split 1 aide between 2 students based on our half-day model, so we'd have to double that position essentially. With selecting schools, we would want to analyze classroom spaces and schedules, facilitate the addition of a lunch break, and with proper staff coverage, and then assess any potential on traffic flow during arrival and dismissal times. Other considerations of our pilot include our school of choice process and determining if we were to open an additional window, as our current window closes on February 15th, and then to develop logistics around a transfer lottery if needed. Our kindergarten roundups or informational sessions begin next month, so should we move forward with a pilot, we'd want to develop a presentation and reschedule those meetings for pilot schools. We also want to ensure that we're engaging in collaborative conversations with CUDA and consider the potential impact on kids care, which is a revenue stream for CEF, and work with them collaboratively on the change in programming and opportunities. Finally, categorized as a basic aid district, there are some revenue and budget uncertainties when it comes to adding new programs at this time. So clarity on the budget is expected in a couple years on the 27-28 school year.
So again, based on the two options, it would be staff's recommendation to go with the more expanded option for a couple different reasons. Greater community participation. We think that the demand would probably outweigh the total classes that we're going to be able to offer anyways, but by going with an expanded option, we could better meet the demands of the community. We also think for the reasons of being able to have it geographically located at multiple sites will help families make those choices as well. So for those reasons, we believe staff's recommendation at this point in time would be to move forward with a more expanded pilot option. So in regards to board direction, which we'd love to hear more board direction after discussion tonight, we would be bringing back a final proposal to the board at a future board meeting. We would imagine probably in February or March, most likely March. Some of the things that we will be able to do and you will expect should we get thumbs on a direction tonight, we would be identifying the school sites at the next board meeting. We would have a better understanding of site capacity at that point in time. We would also potentially plan to survey our existing TK families to help us inform and make better decisions about where those locations should be. We'll continue our conversations with CUDA and begin conversations with LIUNA, and then we would determine a plan for additional school of choice. So as Director Fuentes has mentioned, we have a window right now with school of choice, so we'll have to determine what that new window looks like and how do we gather more information, potentially around a lottery or transfer requests for families that want to participate. With that, I'll turn it back over to President Rawlings for public comment.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment, and I have received blue cards. Could we mute our cell phones, please? Thank you. And we have 3 blue cards. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. You will have 3 minutes. We will have the timer on the screen, and your mic will be muted when your time has expired. The first speaker is Shauna Bloomquist.
Let me adjust this a little bit. All right. Good evening. My name is Shauna Bloomquist. I live in the district. I have been a kindergarten teacher in Carlsbad for 28 years. I am a proponent of the early bird late owl kindergarten model. I am speaking for the 98% of my wonderful colleagues in this district who want to keep it. So I know that MTSS is big and it's a focus in our district this year. Last year, we spent over $1 million to provide MTSS teachers to help not at all 9 elementary schools. Have you ever stopped to think what early bird late owl is? It's MTSS. So we've had MTSS in kindergarten for a very long time because we have small academic groups of 3 to 6 kids for reading, math, writing, ELD lessons. That is what MTSS is. So if this year, so then I look at it this way. This year, the district has had 36 classes of MTSS across the district. And tonight, you were thinking of piling in an all-day early bird, an all-day model. If the ultimate plan is to do with early bird late owl, then you would be getting rid of 27 MTSS classes. It's a big jump. And it would double the size of our kindergarten small group instruction. And the LCAP results show that it is not what parents want. So board members, I have something for you. Please consider your resolution 19-2425 in the matter of your roles and responsibilities of a board member. You have 6 of them, and I'm just going to read the second one. And it states, as a school board member, I know that my responsibility is to the citizens who elected me. I am in effect at the will of many people. What I do reflects the concerns of human growth and development. What I do determines the price they pay for educational services. The concerns of the district's citizens will therefore be my second consideration in my action as a board member. So, tonight, as you consider a plan to move forward for all-day kinder, do you know really which plan the majority of TK parents and kinder parents want? I don't think you do. So, I have a solution and a proposal for clear and honest input. It is my suggestion we formulate a questionnaire composed of a couple district office officials, kindergarten teachers, and in this questionnaire, we can explain both programs with honest and accurate information. Then we can formulate questions, find out what our constituents would like to see for their young learners. The questionnaires could be sent to the principals, board members, everything. This way, we as personnel, district, board, and teachers, we can all provide the best program for our parents and bottom line, our kids.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jamie Rushing.
Good evening, trustees and staff. Not only am I a parent in the district, I have one in college, I have one at CHS, but I've been teaching for over 25 years, the last 12 actually, in kindergarten. As the district facilitator, I feel it is my duty to communicate why it is important that we preserve our very unique early bird late owl schedule. In 2019, Assembly Bill 197 was proposed, mandating full-day kindergarten in the state of California. Due to the lack of evidence to support it and the enormous cost it would have for districts to be able to fully fund it, the bill was vetoed. I sent each of you an email last night. I got responses from some of you. Thank you for taking the time to read it. But in that email, it had direct links detailing 2 separate studies completed by the Public Policy Institute of California and the RAND Corporation. To summarize, both studies concluded that research to date has provided very little evidence of long-term academic benefits of full-day kindergarten. There was little to no difference in the reading achievement of full day versus half day. But the full day students actually performed lower in math. In addition, they demonstrated more problematic behaviors, including lower levels of non-academic readiness skills, poorer dispositions toward learning, lower self-control, and overall worse interpersonal skills than children in half-day programs. Our current model is way more effective than an extended day program, and I hope that you will take the time to read my entire letter if you haven't, along with the linked articles. On a more personal note, as kindergarten teachers, we take great pride in the small group time that we have to develop meaningful relationships with our students. And we provide very targeted MTSS instruction. I encourage each of you to visit my kindergarten classroom during the early bird time, late owl only time, and then see that overlap when they're all there. I also encourage you to visit another extended day model elsewhere where there are more students present. I think you will see that more time does not equate to more effective instruction. More children in the classroom at the same time means more academic disruptions throughout the day. Smaller groups at recess and lunchtime allows each teacher, we are with our students at recess. With the full day model, we will not be there. We can provide quality emotional support, fostering social skills and appropriate play. Smaller instructional groups allows us to have more hands-on learning opportunities, more intimate, targeted intervention.
Thank you. The next speaker, and I believe it's Dawn Ebbs. Is that accurate?
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to tell you that there's 187 years of experience right here in kindergarten. And I think that tells you it all. We know what it takes, and we have all experienced other schools as well. And we know this is magical. And I'm going to tell you why. So when I was hired 7 years ago, my principal said, the reason you should work in our district is because children come first. And I said, I love it. I'm coming to work for you. And that's always been something that I know that I've appreciated, and I love it about our district. Children come first. So a year ago, I had a kindergarten teacher come visit for a whole day. She took the day off, and she came and sat in my class, and she said, "This is magical. Don't lose it. Fight for it. We are fighting for it right now. This is what our district needs. We need to keep it. It's special. Don't be like other schools. Keep it because it's not broken. It's not broken. Children come first."
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Emery.
Okay, I have quite a few. Thank you for answering a number of the ones I've had already. First, I think one of the ones to clarify is how many students are currently in the AM, PM, as well as the overlap, and then how many would you be expecting for a full day?
Currently, our classes range between 19 students to 30 students. It's dependent upon 32. It's dependent upon our grade span adjustment. So between kindergarten and third grade, there should be an average site-wide of 24 students. For the cohorts, that number is split in half. So if you have 20 students, you have approximately 10 to 12 in the AM class. Typically, AM is more preferred, and then the PM class would be the rest of the students.
Any follow-ups to that?
I have one.
Trustee Ward?
So with the GSA, and you can have possibly more students in the kindergarten grade. So do you have any classes where the classrooms are more than the number that you just shared, which are actually heavier? So when they do the breakup with early bird late owls, they're actually taking more if you combine them.
Right, so the total number in the class could be up to 32 students, and that's a cap from Ed Code.
Okay.
However, it depends on how principals and leadership teams want to distribute K through 3 classes. Again, with the early bird late owl model, those smaller cohorts have the instructional time because of the split schedule.
Okay, so it's not necessarily an even split.
Not necessarily, no.
Any follow-up on that? Okay, no follow-up. Any other questions? Trustee Verbeth.
I have several. So I had emailed this question. The presentation didn't show any benefits to the students, and to the speaker's point, this is about the students. So what are the full-day kindergarten benefits to students, since we didn't see it in the presentation?
The benefits would include you'd have more instructional time. Part of that instructional time, you could incorporate play-based activities. A lot of times with the condensed schedule, it is very targeted instruction with our curriculum. And an expanded day would allow for a lunch period, which currently a cohort will go home at their lunchtime. So the benefits would be kind of a more developmentally appropriate schedule for both a balance of academics, intensive academics, but also the play-based experience.
So as a follow-up to that, sorry, I have a follow-up. What I'm hearing from our teachers is different from what you're saying. And so are we going based on what we're seeing and reading in research? Is this based on what other districts have been able to prove in their outcomes? Are you able to speak to that, since we didn't see it in the presentation?
Yeah, we can certainly provide I think, we heard from the speakers that talked about a couple different studies. I think there are plenty of studies that are out there that do show benefit as well, and we're happy to provide information to that as well as the community on what that is. Much of the research that I've read does show that, that for the vast majority of students that by grade 3, there's not a lot of benefit versus half-day K versus all-day K. However, there are studies that are out there that do indicate that for certain groups of students that there is an academic benefit, specifically low socioeconomic students that are in need of additional intervention, students that are multilingual learners that need additional practice with language. So there are studies out there that do show both academic growth and there are studies that show anytime that you're dealing with a subject like this, I think you're going to get a mixed review as it relates to studies.
Other follow-up? Are there other questions? Did you have another follow-up to that? Okay, go ahead.
So you mentioned intervention. As teachers brought up the fact that they are providing MTSS equivalent hours. Will we then have to provide MTSS teachers to help support a full-day kindergarten program? Will we have to bring in intervention teachers if they're not able to meet that need? Am I making myself clear?
Yeah, I think, and I don't want to, our kindergarten teachers are fantastic. I think what they were alluding to is that they are able to work in the current model with much smaller numbers and therefore provide intervention inside the classroom in a small group setting with students that truly need it. The argument would be made that with the additional instructional minutes, you could also do some of that as well. So I think there's a balance there. Obviously, from our kinder teachers, they do a fantastic job in navigating what they're saying is intervention within those small groups. And that would be compromised. That could be something that is a compromise moving towards a more full or all-day model. I think that there will still be ways that we can still provide small group instruction even with the larger class size. We'd have to work with teachers and figure out what that would look like, though.
Is that another follow-up?
Sorry, yes, it's a follow-up to that follow-up. So I don't know if my question was answered because what I'm hearing the kindergarten teachers say right now is because of the small group instruction time, they are basically providing what an MTSS teacher might provide. So I think you started to allude to it, Dr. Nye, is that with a larger class setting, with these two different instructional periods, the school district would then have to provide some support to the teachers because they would need it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't envision us not needing MTSS teachers, irregardless of what model we choose. Yes.
Trustee Emery, was your follow-up?
Yes.
Go ahead. Thank
Yes.
you. Go ahead.
With that, would you said the students who do benefit from that, and some of the questions that were asked, I know you stated that currently 242 kindergartners are enrolled in kids care and 48 of those qualify for ELOP. With that, are those at specific sites who then that translation would kind of equate to those in need all being at certain sites? Or do you find that those numbers are spread evenly across the district where a model of all day might be more beneficial at certain sites?
There are a few sites that have a higher population of our multilingual learners. We also have a number of our sites that have specialized programs, special day classes. I wouldn't say there's an even distribution across all sites, but even with one multilingual learner in a class, we want to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students.
Thank you. Trustee Ward, did you still have a follow-up? Okay, go ahead.
So, Dr. Nye, all of the teachers in Carlsbad Unified are being MTSS trained, correct?
Part of the role of the MTSS teachers is that they're providing site training on what that looks like, what types of push-in interventions and tier 1 interventions every teacher can provide, correct?
And also when they would need tier 2 or tier 3 supports, they're all being trained on that.
That is correct.
Okay, and small group instruction as well.
Yes.
Okay, and as well as universal design for learning, they're being taught that as well. They're being trained on that.
We did have some UDL training that happened in August, and we are training site administrators and teams to the extent that that's trickling down to all teachers. I would say it's a train the trainer model, so we haven't provided ongoing training on UDL. It's site specific, I would say.
Okay. But is that the ultimate goal, that
Yes.
all teachers would
Yes.
have that training? Okay. So they could support within a small group effectively, regardless if it's a small early bird, late owl, or extended day schedule, correct?
Yes.
Any other follow-up on that? Okay, new questions? Anyone have new questions? Okay, Trustee Verbath.
This is for Ms. Arias. Do you know how many teachers you'd estimate would have to be hired to fulfill the pilot program?
No, we need to get more information on what the pilot looks like. It would depend on what the enrollment is at that site, what the current staffing is, and if we were looking at anything with class sizes. So it would be dependent. We would need more information. But again, like we said, currently we staff in that grade span adjustment of an average site of 24:1 K3. So again, it would look at as enrollment increasing, are we allowing more students, and then what the current staff is.
Trustee Emery.
I thank you for the presentation, and I saw a lot within the schedule, which is very helpful for someone who has not had a child in the early bird or late owl, as my own child came with me. And so a question, as you're moving into the instructional minutes, one of the things that I heard that I want some clarification on is you're saying that the instructional minutes would be increased, however, it could be more play-based. Are we counting that play-based, are we looking at some innovative ways of providing maybe more play-based activities, integrating, maybe language development of, dual language part-time, or any other kind of non-academic but social supported things besides just being the academic minutes?
According to education code, a full day or extended day program would include a balance of activities in addition to that core instruction. And part of the development process of that schedule and pilot would be figuring out those activities and how we would enhance the experience for kindergartners. So it would be in development with the kindergarten team and principals.
Do you have a follow-up? Okay. New question. Who has a new question? Trustee Verbath.
Okay, this is actually for Mr. Dill. He's in the back row over there. Hi. Can you provide a specific, just an estimate of cost for these pilots? Just kind of a rough figure.
I can talk loudly enough. If we were not to increase enrollment at all, and we had a model where we simply shifted from an early bird late owl to an all day, that would have no increase in staffing just on the natural. So in terms of staffing for a pilot program and with no expansion of enrollment, that would be no additional cost for salaries and benefits for teachers. There might be some additional costs related to providing instructional assistance for students with disabilities. I can't give an estimate on that number because we'd have to count up IEPs and look at the change in hours and additional need for staff. So that would be a detail to work on. In terms of facilities for a pilot program, there would be no additional cost under that model that I just described, because we would be using the existing classroom with the existing furniture, existing instructional materials, and other equipment that might be in the classroom. So for that, really as I think of the planning for this, if we were to eventually adopt a full day K model, there might be some additional costs in terms of if we saw increased enrollment and we had to go in and do renovations on facilities to retrofit them for kindergarten purposes. Those desks and chairs are very tiny, and so we would have to make sure that we bought new desks and chairs, maybe additional costs for materials and supplies, and then for every class there would be there would be a roughly low six-figure cost per class in terms of the teacher cost, and with the addition of costs for instructional assistants who might be assigned to the classroom as well. So really it's more of an outward looking if there was an expansion, not only of the program, but also in terms of enrollment. That's really where the hit would be, not so much for the upcoming pilot program.
Follow-up.
Trustee Verbath.
Mr. Dill, do you have any financial concerns about operating a full-day kindergarten in our district?
The thing that would be on my mind as a basic aid district is if when enrollment increases, it doesn't come with additional funding as it does under the local control funding formula. And so this would be a concern for the board and the administration as they develop the budget for this upcoming year and then the next few years. This would just be one other consideration in addition to everything else that we would be building into the budget, balancing against what do we anticipate our revenue to be for the upcoming year, and do we have enough to cover everything that we want to do, or are we going to have to prioritize which things rise to the top or not? So, I have a financial concern about everything that's said in this room, no matter what we are talking about. So I keep the adding machine going when we're having conversations, and ultimately it does come back to what are our priorities if we do not have enough resources to do everything we would like to do. And I think that in this discussion, that would be a decision that the board would need to make a little bit further down the road this year during the budget development cycle, when we've got a little bit more information on our estimated property tax revenue, which we do not have at this time. But we'll have some estimates in the next few months, and then that will get refined before the budget is brought forward to the board for adoption. And you can line that up against everything else that you've discussed over the next few months and during the LCAP process, et cetera, of here are all of our desires, which of these are the things that we want to do, compared to the costs which we will be able to better articulate once we know what the models potentially could be and how many classes and where the sites are, as just one of the many budget considerations.
If I could just add on to Eric's previous answer too, with his model saying if we didn't change anything else with enrollment, there could be an increased cost in staffing, because the current model, as you heard from some of our kindergarten teachers, is some of those classes are higher at 30 or 32, because again, that core instruction, they're only seeing half of the kids at a time. So what principals sometimes do is are able to take away combos in grades 1 through 5 by giving more staff toward those grades rather than kinder, and keeping those classes a little bit larger. So if we were looking at having full-day kinder and not wanting 32 in a class and trying to keep that a little lower in the current model, then we would be looking at some additional staff costs as well. Just because of that flexibility principals have right now, we'd be probably taking a closer look at the kinder numbers as well.
Other questions? Trustee Ciasi.
Might we not also have significant expenditures regarding the lunch that we would now be instituting for the kindergartners? They've always kind of operated independently from the rest of the students. I think that's probably something that most parents would want, is for the kindergartners to have their own lunch time, their own lunch area, and not be integrated with the general population of all the older kids.
Yeah,
so that's staffing and facilities.
There would certainly be a cost in regards to additional classified staffing to kind of supervise that activity. There would not be additional cost in regards to the food preparation or the meals itself.
Is that a follow-up?
Yep.
Go ahead.
But
Trustee Sings.
for the actual lunch area where they would be having lunch, are you suggesting that they would be in the main lunch area just at a different time from all the other grades? Or are you suggesting that they would have their own lunch area constructed?
No, it would be, most likely it would depend on the site, but it would most likely be a separate time that they would use and be, or a location in the lunch area that's not integrated with all the other grade levels, correct?
I have a follow-up to that. What do our current students do for meals? What is the process for meals for our current students?
Currently, we offer all students 2 meals, one at their snack recess break, and then they also get a lunch if they opt in for it. For our early birds, and late owls who go home around 1 o'clock, if they opt to take a lunch, we'll provide a lunch for them. They just need to eat it on campus. And typically that's during regular lunch service. We also have kids care on campus, and generally they have a dedicated lunchtime. So they'll come to the cafeteria and grab a lunch and then take it with their kids care cohort.
Other follow-ups for that? Trustee Emery.
Along the same lines as the facilities and working in, do you foresee the need of extra classrooms? And if so, do those come with kind of the mandatory kindergarten bathrooms that are separate from the general population?
Yeah, with the pilot, I don't think we foresee additional facility needs. If it were to get to an all-day K at all of our school sites, I would imagine we're going to need to do a needs assessment at that point in time and determine whether or not we can meet the demand. We would get additional demand, I would think. We typically do see an increase in enrollment with first grade students, and that typically is due to the fact that some of our families opt to do an all-day K option, a private all-day K option.
Other questions? I have a few myself. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the first one has to do with enrollment. We talked a little bit about it. Our new demographer says that we have declining enrollment. So what would you anticipate? We did receive some emails in the past from parents who wanted to come to our school district for kinder but opted out because we didn't have full day. Do you have any kind of numbers on that? How many families with students that we missed out on in incorporating them into our kindergarten program because we did not offer full day, and how that might impact our future enrollment if we had full day?
Yeah, typically we see about an 80 to 100 student jump from K to 1. So you can imagine that we would potentially recoup some of those students where their parents are opting for an all-day K private model if we're offering that model here. That's a guesstimate. Don't hold us to that, but typically that's where we usually see the jump is from kinder enrollment to first grade enrollment. We typically see about an 80 to 100 student increase between those grade levels. District-wide, sorry.
Trustee COC.
Do you have any way of knowing, though, why there's that disparity? Because I've noticed a lot in my lifetime, people start getting serious about where they're going to set down roots when their kids are starting school. So maybe they weren't in our district and opting to send their child elsewhere. It was just now they're looking for a good school district, and of course it's Carlsbad.
Yeah, there could be, no, we don't. Currently, we don't survey those families, and we don't know specifically their rationale or reasoning, why they didn't attend kinder with us and they're coming to us from first grade. It could be a myriad of reasons.
Follow-up, Trustee
So to
Susi?
follow up with that, just to clarify that we don't have any way of knowing that we are missing out on students attending our district because we're in the early bird late owl program, and it could just be due to a variety of other reasons. We don't have any reason to believe necessarily that we would have increased attendance because we were offering a full day option.
Kindergarten is not mandatory in California. So that could be, parents could opt for a number of different programs. We do have, our TK is growing, and so we could see just some different numbers as that program has been staggered over the last few years, and then next year will be our full implementation of TK.
A follow-up, Trustee Emery?
Follow up on that. Does the TK program have a straight full or straight half day, or is it a crossover like the early bird late owl?
It's a straight half day, so it's an AM/PM model. There are 24 students in a class with a certificated teacher and an instructional aide in the morning, and then in the afternoon, a different cohort comes in of 24 students. Next year, that will change. The ratio is going to be not 12-1, but 10-1 for next year. And we will be supporting that with additional instructional assistance. The ratio then could drop down to 8-1.
Follow-up? No, if it's not follow-up, then, okay, I'm going to ask my question. When you had said that when you were looking at the schedules, that you looked at other schools to kind of compare to. What schools did you use to compare?
We used some in Oceanside. We looked at Poway. I spoke with Encinitas. So a lot of our neighboring districts.
Okay, other questions, new questions? Trustee Beth?
How do you plan on evaluating the pilot program and its effectiveness?
That's a good question. And that would be part of our proposal that we would develop. We would definitely want input from our staff and our teachers, as well as our community, to determine not only the schedule and program that we're providing, but also our needs. So we would dig into that to look at a proposal down the line and look at those measures, and that could be the data that we're taking with our with academics. It could be how our special populations are performing in that expanded day, which is why we want to identify schools that really encompass who we are as Carlsbad, so that we can really look at those subgroups and the impact of a full day program with them.
Is there a follow-up? Okay, I'm going to ask one here. When you had discussed the selection process, are you anticipating that we would be looking at, it would be students within the boundaries and then a lottery, or would it be a complete lottery as a pilot?
Yeah, it's a good question. Anytime you mention lottery, I kind of shiver a little bit. I don't, we've never had to do a lottery here in Carlsbad, specifically with our high school open boundaries. We've never gotten to that point. We haven't fully flushed that out. I think that for us, part of what we could do next is survey our TK families to kind of get a better sense of what is the demand, where is the demand at geographically. The hope would be that we could accommodate through an expanded pilot potentially all the demand, and we could accommodate that through a school of choice process where people are choosing one or the other. If we got into a situation where demand outweighed the total size that we had capacity-wise, then I think we're going to need to have a contingency there of what a lottery could look like in Carlsbad.
Is that a follow-up? Trustee Emery?
With that, I know that a lot of times once a student's allowed in for one grade, that's then considered their homeschool for the rest of that time. Would that be the same situation, or would you expect people want to transfer out and back to their homeschool? Any thought given to that?
Yeah, I would imagine it's going to run similar to the way that we do TK now, where we have we don't have TK at all of our sites, and they can attend there for that specialized pilot program and then attend their homeschool after that. We'd have to see, though, and figure out what that would look like. Yeah.
Trustee COC.
Do we have data on what percentage of TK and kindergarten students are currently utilizing the Kids Care program for after-school care? And specifically, I'm interested in how many are utilizing those services just until, say, 2:35, so normal pickup time for the residual grades on campus, and how many are staying until 6 o'clock with working parents, and are we not already meeting the needs of those parents who need after-school care with providing that kids care on campus?
But before you answer that question, could you also provide information on folks that drop off their students for the late owl? So they're getting care before school as well, to add to that? Thank you.
At this time, I don't have information on the before care for the late owls, but we do have 242 kindergartners enrolled in kids care programs across the sites, and I greatly appreciate CEF for pulling these numbers for us so quickly. And then there are 131 who stay past the about 2:20, 2:30 school day into the evening, and just over 100, I believe, 111 that go home right at the end of the school day for grades 1 through 5.
Other questions? I had two more. Trustee Emery.
As one of our speakers mentioned, it says about 98% of the teachers prefer the AM/PM. However, in the information provided through previous survey, it was noted that out of the 43 respondents, it was about split, about a mixed view on both. How many total respondents then would we expected, and what percentage was that 43? To try to get a feeling of how the total population of teachers feel.
I don't have the exact numbers on the percentage of that 43. The survey that was conducted was of TK, K, and first grade teachers. Kindergarten teachers overwhelmingly wanted to maintain that half-day model or the early bird, late owl model. First grade teachers had an interest in expanding that school day. So that was the difference in the response.
Is that a follow-up?
No, it's a different.
Are there any other new questions? Go ahead, Trustee Verbeff.
Could you operate a half-day and a full day at the same site?
Potentially, we could look into that. There would be a number of logistics and scheduling that we would want to work with our principals and leadership teams. But it is a pilot option.
My question is, do you know how many districts in San Diego County have early bird, late owl schedule compared to a full day?
Of 36 districts within San Diego County, 6 districts did not post schedules. Out of the remaining 30, we are the only other district that has that half-day schedule.
Are there other questions so I can find my question? No? Okay. Trustee Verbeff.
Sure. So you did speak to this, but I'd like to ask, on average in kindergarten, how many of these students have special needs or ELL or other impacted populations?
We have, I believe, 85 students who are on IEPs in our special education program. A portion of that are students in special day classes. So most of their day is in a separate setting, and typically those are multi-age classes. I believe we have around 45 multilingual learners, and then we do have a high population of our socioeconomically disadvantaged, and I don't have that figure in front of me. Do you have that one? 146. 156. Thank you. For kindergarten alone.
Trustee Verbeff.
About how much time does a teacher need to prepare and be out of a classroom for an IEP meeting, those kinds of things? How much time is required approximately per student?
Per student, there is some preparation time. Oftentimes, teams will have a staffing meeting for about a half an hour, either during the day or after the school day. Teachers do need some time to pull together any assessment data or work samples to provide at that meeting. And typically, IEPs can range between 30 minutes and an hour. And sites generally have a rotating sub to relieve them at that time so they can participate in the meeting.
Trustee Emery.
Just to follow up to that, with the adoption of either plan, would that impact the number of IEP students in each classroom? Depending on if you move from the current model to an all-day K, would that increase, decrease, or stay the same in those number of caseload per teacher?
They would have the same caseload, they just might be split into different cohorts. So right now, they might have a student with an IEP in the early bird session and maybe one in the afternoon session, but they would still overlap, and they would still be on their caseload.
I found the question I was going to ask. And hopefully it'll lead to our discussion. So, so you had stated that staff is recommending an expanded model. What are you saying? And you said that an expanded model would be 3 or 4. Which would it be, 3 or 4? Or do you know?
It would be 3 or 4. We're still, I think at this point in time, we would want to survey TK families to try to get a gauge of what the demand would be. We'd also want to look at special day programs across the district to make sure we're covering those programs for equity purposes. And then geographically, based on the survey results, we would want to make sure that we're trying to hit the geographic areas where there's demand. So I would still say staff would like direction with the option of bringing back an option of either 3 or 4 based on what we see the demand being.
Trustee Emery.
Sorry, follow up on that. With those 2 last questions combined, then are you foreseeing that if most of the kindergarten teachers prefer the current model, but the first grader teachers prefer an all-day, would we then be talking about involuntary transfers for those kindergarten teachers, possibly to different sites?
I don't know if it would necessarily be involuntary. We would, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. They could potentially continue to teach at their site, but we also have a teacher transfer window. So teachers could voluntarily opt to move to another school if there was an opening based on need at other sites. So it could be a combination of both, but there is a voluntary process.
Okay, and I want to thank you for answering all of our questions in advance. There was a lot more even in advance, so, and I appreciate trustees asking them in advance. I think we could have been here a lot longer if we hadn't done that. So, so hearing from staff, it sounds like they want direction from us. So now we're in discussion. Who has discussion? Trustee Ward.
I feel like there's a lot of unknowns still, and that makes me feel a little bit uneasy. You know, we're hearing from the teachers, and they shared some really great resources. And I understand that research. I know that there's also that research that you're speaking to in terms of our low socioeconomic students and our EL students, which is close to over a half of our kindergarten students. So that's, and I know that long instructional time and those extra minutes definitely benefit that population. And I want to make sure that we are supporting students that need that extra support. But I guess what I would like to know, and I don't know how you all feel about this, but I want some more information. Like you were mentioning about surveying some of the TK teachers and staff members. And I think we had a kinder teacher that mentioned doing a survey about, what parents actually are wanting, the TK parents, what they're actually wanting, and seeing if we can kind of look at that and see if that's something that we could support now in this model, in the early bird, late owl model. But I just think that there's some big unknowns. I would want to know what school sites they would be at, the impacts on our special education program, and while Eric is still here, the costs, the costs and how that would impact, because we want to make sure that all of our students are supported with the appropriate amount of IAs and classified staff, if especially if they're not going to be supervised by their certificated teacher. So I would want to hear all of those details before actually moving forward.
And just to clarify that my understanding is staff is asking us to give them direction to, do they proceed or do they stop? And then,
But we're
and then do we
discussing
want
right now,
expanded?
right?
Right. So do we want expanded or limited pilot or any pilot? So I guess, so staff is wanting to know, do they proceed with what you're talking about? And then the direction would be, do we want to?
Well, those are kind of my thoughts on the top of my head, and
Right,
I'm
okay.
thinking moving forward would be hard to give them direction to move forward with that. So I would want to know more information before actually saying, yeah, let's do this pilot, is
okay,
what I'm
and,
saying.
right.
In terms
And
of
that's not what they're
direction.
asking, because we're not voting on anything tonight. So it's all,
Right,
it's all
but in terms
discussion.
of giving them direction on the pilots, I would want more details.
So what I'm hearing you say, and I just want to clarify, is that what staff is proposing is that they would do more research, they would identify some sites, they would find out costs, they would, and then it would come back to the board. So are you wanting to do that? Or
Yeah.
do you want it to stop?
Oh, I don't want it to stop, but
Okay.
I would want to know all of
Yes,
those
okay,
details.
Right. So, yeah,
and-
because we're not
and-
being asked to say we're doing a pilot or not doing a pilot. It's more
Okay.
of, does staff keep going? And so then the next question would be, do you want them to explore a 3 to 4, not specific, or a 2 school to continue on to explore? What would be your option on that?
I would probably go with the staff recommendation.
Okay.
I mean, because they know the sites better.
Okay. Okay.
So.
So that
to
would
see
be
if
what
that
they would bring
work.
back to us, is that, so you're in favor of that? Okay. Okay. Trustee Verbeff.
I'm in agreement with Trustee Ward. There's a lot of unknowns. So I am not comfortable yet moving forward other than gathering more information and possibly looking at 1 to 2 sites. I think having it small and controlled is better. We're not moving as many teachers around. They're able to continue on with the program that we have, because if it's not effective or the teachers don't like it or we're not seeing the outcomes, then what's the point of doing 4? We know it's going to be impacted. So let's just stay with 2, keep it small and controlled, and then we don't have to impact as many facilities.
And just to clarify that you want staff to proceed and, gathering information, getting us more information, providing us with a possible pilot, but to limit it to 2. Is that accurate? Okay. Trustee Emery.
Along the same lines, I think, we're kind of diverging perspectives on both of those, where we hear a lot of our teachers saying that they don't believe that's the best model, and the parents and the community saying that's the model they want. And so I think, possibly there's a way to diverge. I'd be interested in getting more information to diverge both of those and maybe think of something. It might be a moot point. There was maybe enough teachers to cover the parents, who want that and maybe to think even creatively and out of the box, because when we have happy teachers and happy parents, we have happy kids, and that's when they do their best learning. So I would like to, even see if those 1 to 2 or 3 to 4 schools can even move to just one, what are the possibilities of one all day within the half day, or does it need to be, the whole site moves to the full day? Kind of what are the options within that 1 to 2 and 3 to 4 that we're playing with? And then what other kind of creative options can we have? Because the one thing I keep hearing from parents over and over, get funding, more information with the kids care along with that, but is that the kindergarten kids don't feel engaged in their school climate. And I think that is hugely important to address those needs as well. So climate.
So just to clarify, you're suggesting that that staff bring back 3 options?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, so that, I just want to clarify.
Yes.
Okay, so 3 options to look at for a potential pilot.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Sayesi, I think, had to say, okay.
So I very much appreciate the information that's brought forth. It's a broad topic with far-reaching implications, and so there's a lot of things to consider. But the data that you've presented us with tonight is indicating that currently only 20% of our kindergarten students are taking advantage of the after-school care that would take them to what we're considering in the region of the full-day program, time-wise. And so only 20% taking advantage, that's telling me that the draw is not as much as, it's not justifying the amount of effort and work that we're putting into that. There are scholarships available. I know I've heard from parents talking about the cost of kids' care. And we can certainly work with CEF to see if we can continue to lower pricing with that or offer more scholarships if cost of after-school care is really the primary concern. But it seems to me that we really do have an amazing program. All of my kids were early birds. They had great experiences, amazing teachers. We have the best teachers here in Carlsbad. And I am not really moved to go forward at this point, because I think we're satisfying the needs of the parents in our district with our relationship with CEF and our kids' care program.
Trustee Ward, did you have something to say?
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
of the staff?
thank you for asking.
I'm sure you said this already, but can you share why you're recommending 3 to 4 schools as opposed to 1 to 2? Or 2 schools versus 3 to 4?
Yeah, I think what we mentioned before is the concern around demand outweighing what we're being able to provide would be one thing. Secondly, about that equity piece and making sure that we're offering a full spectrum of programs to students on IEPs. So making sure that we're covering sites that have specialized programs. And then, geographic considerations as well. So the idea that we could hit the full region of Carlsbad. So those were the 3 main reasons why we recommended that.
Yes, please.
Okay. So in terms of the equity piece in supporting the programs, are you unable to do that if you have a pilot of 2 schools as opposed to a pilot for 3 to 4?
What we need to be able to do is that for specialized special day classes, as an example, we need to mirror and offer what's happening in the gen ed setting in those special day classes. So the thought would be we have specialized programs at certain sites around Carlsbad to offer a similar program at those sites. So that's the logic around that. We wouldn't be able to hit everything, but the thought would be to try to hit as many of those as possible. So that's the expanded model allows us to kind of hit those a little bit more. I still think we're okay.
With 2?
From a legal perspective, yeah, we just need to get we would need to be creative about how we're scheduling those kids and figuring out the other programs as well. But I think we could do it either way.
Trustee Emery?
Just to follow up and a check on the numbers, I have here that out of 534 total kindergarteners, that 242 are enrolled in kids care. Is that correct? So it's about half of them are currently using kids care in one way or another. Okay.
And just to follow up with that, that does not include folks that use kids care before school, before late L starts, correct?
It's inclusive of all the students who are accessing any of the programs for kindergarten. I just don't know the specific number in that morning session.
Thank you. Trustee CSC.
And just to clarify that the 20% number that I quoted was the 111 student number that you gave us that utilize the kids care program until approximately 2:30. And so that's the number of students that are currently in our early bird late owl program that are utilizing kids care to accommodate the schedule-ish that it would be with full day kindergarten. And that is 20% of the current students. And so if finances for the cost of two parents for the cost of that after-school care is the concern, I think we can address that in other ways and not by putting in a full-day kindergarten program and completely reorganizing the amazing program that we already have with the early bird late owl. If helping working families with childcare is the goal, we can work on that.
I just want to clarify that I heard you say that you could not identify the folks that are bringing their students to before school, before as a late owl. So does that 111 include those or does it not?
It potentially could include them because there are a number of sessions that CEF offers. Students can come before, late owls can come before their afternoon class, join their late owls, and rejoin for the remaining part of the day, which is about an hour and a half. So they could be part of that number. Does that
Okay, I just
make
want
sense?
to, okay, yeah, again, so you don't know. Is
I don't-
guess, okay,
I don't
so we have
know.
238 total that are accessing kids care, and 111 of them are, at least we know that 111
They
is.
leave at 2:30.
That they leave at 2:30. Okay, so I just want to clarify that, okay. Trustee Emery, and I just do want to remind us we are in discussion, so
Yes.
we want to try to get back to that rather than asking more questions, but go ahead.
So just, I think a survey in that point would be very beneficial because, you know, we're not taking into account those students that might be going to a nanny or Boys and Girls Club or other services. So I think moving forward, I wouldn't feel comfortable, and I've seen, you know, I've worked in both models and I've seen how both are good and both are, you know, have their pluses and balances, but I think, you know, I really appreciate how different and unique our schools are, and I think we can continue that in whatever model we pick and not just kind of pick and choose. So I'd like to continue with more information and maybe some possibly new ideas before we're ready to go forward.
Right, and that's what's
Yes.
kind of
That's
being
what
proposed
I'm
right now,
asking.
so I just want to clarify. And I haven't spoken yet, so, and the reason I keep going back to that, because I was one of those late owl moms. And I had to, you know, and I had to drop off my child the before care. And, you know, we have had parents come and speak to this board over the years. I mean, this topic is not new. This has been discussed in Carlsbad for many, many years. And the parents have said that their students are, you know, do feel left out if they're in the late L program, that they don't, you know, that they can't participate or they're not participating as much in like the Halloween parades and those types of things, you know, kind of the fun social stuff. And I did experience that. And so, but I had to be very purposeful to make sure that, you know, that there was, you know, that my child was involved in some of those pieces. And, you know, if I could be there, couldn't be there, those types of things. So, I mean, I could see both sides 100%, because I do think the program does provide some very, you know, small class instruction, that, you know, you have a lot more opportunity for one-on-ones, those types of things. So again, I can definitely see both sides, and again, being going through the programs and being that late L parent, I think that, at least from my perspective, a lot of the early birds, that there's a lot more demand for the early birds, at least that was my experience at the time. So I would be in favor of proceeding with two schools. I'm not in favor of going beyond that. Just because I want to see, and then again, I agree with you. I think that, we do need to see the results. I think we need to, kind of, and that's what a pilot's for. And I like the North and the South, and then go from there. So that's where I stand. So we don't have a full consensus yet, I think, because so you and I are, go with two. And so, and then there was more of an expansion. You said all of the above. And then Trustee Ward had said she wanted the expanded. So we still need to find three if we're going to move forward.
Yeah, I think I think I originally asked for two. So I think I'm good with the two. However, I am concerned because I know you shared with me that in terms of supporting, specialized programs, it does make it easier and more beneficial for students. But that kind of bothers me a little bit.
Okay, so I think we have consensus for two schools to bring back.
I will go for two, yes.
Okay, so I'm hearing two. Trustee CSE? Any discussion?
I just think we were discussing the children that maybe need more time with practice in language and stuff like that. And if they're in the kids care program, they're getting that same time that they would have been getting in a full day program. So I think a lot of these things are part of our current model. And again, we can always improve on what we have. I'm just not a big fan of losing what we have that is amazing in favor of trying to tweak little things. I think there's other ways we can accommodate people that have needs.
Thank you for that. So I see three to move forward on exploring. Again, we're not making any commitments yet. We're just saying that we want more information on a two school, one north, one south. Staff, is that clear? Okay. And then when do you think we could have a model put together? What do you think?
With the surveying, staff would prefer us to bring this back in March, at the March board meeting.
Great. So we'll anticipate it on the March meeting. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on. And we have item 7.2, approval LCAP stakeholder engagement survey tool and proposed LCAP engagement timeline. Trustees, this is a discussion action item, and I want to hand it over to Dr. Nye.
Thank you again, President Rawlings, trustees. I'll just give it a second. People file out. Let me stop casting as well. You have before you, as part of our continuous improvement cycle annually, as we develop our annual goals and success indicators along with our LCAP process, we bring back to you annually each year the stakeholder survey, which in this case is a thought exchange that we use for the past year, which is Exhibit A, where we ask one question. The benefit of the thought exchange is to continue to provide an opportunity for inclusive feedback. It allows for crowdsourcing. So if you've been a participant of a thought exchange, people post their thoughts and then you rank other people's thoughts. And then it allows for some collaborative learning, some transparency, and it also empowers stakeholders. So staff's recommendation is to continue with that practice of adopting the thought exchange, which is Exhibit A, where we ask the one question. And then Exhibit B is really our timeline in regards to the LCAP. So this is our meetings with our stakeholder groups.
Dr. Nye, audience, can we silence phones and videos, please? Thank you.
So Exhibit B is our LCAP timelines, and this outlines our procedures that we do to meet with our standing stakeholder groups, as well as when does the survey open, when does it close, and all of the public meetings that we have with the LCAP in the spring for the development of the following year's LCAP and our goals and success indicators. So with that, staff's happy to answer any questions. We would recommend that you approve the 2 exhibits, and we're happy to answer any questions. I'll turn it back over to President Rawlings.
Great, thank you. And trustees, this is a discussion action item. And so I want to, I'm sorry, back up. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
We not have any blue cards. Trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Verbeff.
Well, thank you for providing Exhibit B with the timeline of activities and the description of the activities and the explanation of acronyms. That was awesome. Did you use the same question as last year that you have in this exhibit? Okay, that's what I thought. And could you provide some of the positive feedback that you received from that question?
I think the question's open-ended enough that it's eliciting, what are some of the priorities that you'd like Carlsbad to focus on in the upcoming years? And so it allows for parents and any stakeholders for that matter to talk about programs. It allows for them to express some of the concerns they have. And so it seemed as though we got a rich amount of feedback on a number of different programs. And then we're able to, with that data, sort it by respondent type, by grade level, by a number of different ways, and then present that at our study session. So we thought it was valuable. And it certainly streamlined a process. We used to have a very long survey process with a number of different questions on there that I questioned whether or not they led to any change. This seemed to be actionable data that we were receiving.
Thank you.
Other questions? No other questions? May I have a motion to approve the LCAP Stakeholder Engagement Survey Exhibit A and the LCAP Timelines and Stakeholder Input Exhibit B?
Motion.
Second for Beth.
It's a motion by Trustee Ward, second by Trustee Verbeff. Discussion. I would just like to say, I really liked the thought exchange. I thought we got a lot of valuable information, and I agree with you that I thought our survey was very long and not as accessible, and I think we got some of our best results by using that tool. So as far as I remember, it was thousands and thousands of responses, and I think you did say that you would be kind of separating out some of the responses between like students and parents, so we could see the input that we were receiving by groups. So I appreciate that. So I will be voting in favor of this item. Any other discussion? No other discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Student Board Representative Eladrisi?
Yes.
Trustee Cioce?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbath?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.3, approval of agreement for legal services. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Mrs. Megan Arias.
Thank you. The district is in need of an interim chief business official while it searches for a new assistant superintendent to replace Eric Dill, who has resigned and his last day will be January 31st. Staff have identified an interim CBO candidate who can be contracted through Fagan, Friedman, and Fullfrost as a next-level client service at the rate of $180 per hour. Fagan, Friedman, and Fullfrost have agreed to contract Suzanne O'Connell to be the interim CBO in CUSD until a permanent CBO is selected later this year. Mrs. O'Connell is a longtime Carlsbad resident and a previous employee of Carlsbad Unified School District. She worked for CUSD, where she served as Assistant Superintendent of Instructional Services from 2004 to 2013, and Deputy Superintendent of Administrative Services and CBO from 2013 to 2017. Since retiring from CUSD in 2017, she has served as a consultant and interim CBO for various school districts, including CUSD in 2021, where she served as interim CBO prior to Mr. Dill being hired. It is respectfully recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement for legal services with Fagan, Friedman, and Fullfrost. This would allow Mrs. O'Connell to begin as interim CBO on January 27th to allow some transition time with Mr. Dill before he leaves on his last day on the 31st. Thank you.
This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Verbeff.
The agreement was effective January 13th, but we have not been receiving any services from her. Nothing's been rendered.
Correct. No.
Okay.
Did you have a follow-up?
No, but I have another question.
Are there other questions? Trustee Verbeff.
I notice other fees are considerably higher on page 4 of the agreement, ranging from $50 to $385. Could you explain if we're going to need those additional services for the interim CBO?
I can answer that. No. She will work at the $180 rate.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And, sorry.
Are there other questions? Trustee Verbeff.
And are we planning on using another search firm to find the permanent replacement for CBO?
We haven't made final decisions regarding that. We haven't had to use a search firm in the past when we've replaced this position. And we do believe that a lot of it will be dependent on who the superintendent will be. A lot of people, if they're in a current CBO position, they don't want to leave necessarily unless they know who the superintendent will be. We do think that we've had a lot of interest that's already been expressed from high-quality candidates. So our current thought right now is to run the recruitment process. If we're not seeing that we're getting a high level of candidates, then we could look to see, do we need a search firm to go out there and reach out larger? So that was our current thinking right now.
Other questions? And I had asked one in advance, but it didn't get on the list. So I did want to confirm by doing it, by hiring this position this way, that doesn't impact the retirement, the pension piece, correct?
Correct. This way, she has flexibility in the amount of time that she can serve.
Great, thank you. May I have a motion to, or any more questions? Okay. May I have a motion to approve the agreement for legal services with Fagan, Friedman, and Fullfrost, LLP?
I motion, Emery.
Trustee Emery made a motion, and Trustee Saosi second. Any discussion? I would just like to say I'll be thrilled to have Suzanne O'Connell as our interim. Again, she was a CBO for a long period of time, and I've been able to. I worked with her prior to her retirement from here as well, and she did come back as an interim previous before we found Mr. Dill. So I think she has a vested interest, and I think this is a solid choice for our district. So, and any other discussion? Another discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Student Board Representative Eladrisi?
Yes.
Trustee COC?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.4, approval compensation increase for unrepresented employees, supervisor, and confidential groups. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Mrs. Megan Arias.
Thank you. The district and LaUna previously reached a tentative agreement back on October 18th, 2023 that included additional step increases to the classified salary schedule. These additional step increases were not added to the supervisory and confidential salary schedule, which has now resulted in some employees in this group earning less than other classified employees in the same salary range. This item proposes an equitable salary and step increase for all supervisory and confidential staff members. So it is respectfully recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the supervisory and confidential salary schedule with additional steps effective July 1st, 2024, consistent with that recommended for classified staff. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any questions? No questions. May I have a motion to approve salary increase and step increases for supervisory and confidential groups effective July 1, 2024, consistent with that already provided to classified staff?
Motion, yes.
Trustee Sayosi makes a motion,
Yes, please.
Emery will second.
and Trustee Emery seconded. Any discussion? Excellent. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Student Board Representative Eladrisi,
Yes.
Trustee Ciosi,
Yes.
Trustee Emery,
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff,
Yes.
Trustee Ward,
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.5, revision of board policies, first reading. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I now hand it over to Mr. Eric Dill.
Thank you. At the last meeting of the Board of Trustees, during the discussion of the first interim budget, direction was given to staff to recategorize components of the ending balance, specifically the reserve for economic uncertainties, to bring that down to the state minimum of 3%. Then take that additional 2%, add it to what is currently a stabilization arrangement, also known as the Basic Aid Reserve or the LCFF Reserve. We've called it a few different things, and call that a board LCAP priority reserve. The next reporting period ends January 31st, 2025. And we will bring a budget back to the board for review and approval at the March 12th meeting. So in order for us to make that change that would be reflected in the second interim report, we would need to adjust Board Policy 3100, which currently sets that minimum reserve for economic uncertainty at 5%. And so we can reflect that change. So there's only one change in the number on Board Policy 3100. I will say that in terms of the discussion last month and the direction given to staff, there were no changes in the ending balance. There's no change to the revenue and expenditures. It really is just recategorization. So it's not being spent down at this point. All of those discussions happen as they do in all of our budget discussions and budget development for next year. So with that, we bring this for first read for the board to make that change. A final thing that I'll mention is that as I pass this on to Mrs. O'Connell in our discussions, and a reminder to the board that the 3% minimum reserve requirement that the state has is for the current plus 2 fiscal years. So for the current year, we would be talking about 24-25, 25-26, 26-27, so we would have to maintain that. And then as we go into budget adoption cycle, one more year gets added to that requirement. So we would just need to make sure that we hit that across all 3 years. And of course, my recommendation, as I point out, that mathematically we haven't changed the ending balance, that the recommendation is not that we spend down all of our reserves to the minimum of 3% and live on that edge for now and the future. It's just to have other reserves that remain at the board's discretion, which ultimately all budgets are at the board's discretion and how you determine to use the revenue expended and how you expend it and whether you dip into the reserves or not when times when revenue does not meet our needs. So it simply commits those reserves. One issue that you might have is if there's no wiggle room above the 3% and all other reserves are committed at, above that, there could be some issues where if we suddenly see an increase in enrollment and we need to hire more staff, we would need to come back to the board and say, can you please decommit some of these reserves so that we can make staffing adjustments at the beginning of the year. So it might be prudent to carry some unassigned reserves as you're going into budget adoption for next year. I'm not so worried about this year. It's really about next year where you might want to consider doing that. But ultimately, you do want to ensure that you are maintaining healthy reserves for those times when we need them. And with that, I'll turn that over back to President Rawlings.
Thank you. This is time for public comment, and I have 2 blue cards. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the district. You will have 3 minutes. We will have the timer on the screen, and your mic will be muted when your time has expired. The first speaker is Scott Davison.
According to the minutes from last month's meeting, Trustee Rawlings, quote, requested consensus for the board to direct staff to take a stabilization arrangement and put what is equal to 2% over the state requirement and collapse that into one object code that states Board LCAP Priorities Fund. According to the agenda summary, at the December 17th meeting, the board indicated consensus to lower the minimum reserve for economic uncertainties from the board's current standard of at least 5% to the state minimum of 3%. In order to reflect this change in future budget reports, a revision to Board Policy 3100 is necessary. So to summarize your words, at the last meeting, the board took action to amend the budget and change the categories for our reserves. The effective date of this change was the date of the meeting. And in fact, it was effective prior to your vote to submit the first interim budget report to the county and to the state. There was no at some point in the future or as of the second interim budget report. Trustee Rawlings was quite clear. Quote, I want to make sure we do it now, so then at LCAP time, we have the opportunity to use those funds. When consensus was achieved, she turned to the staff and asked if you could make that happen. All of this was, of course, a surprise to the public, as the agenda never mentioned a consideration of taking almost $7 million in reserves and transferring it to Rawlings Special Slush Fund. It's pretty clear that the board had no idea either. It's no surprise why she surprised us with this request. Of course, it's a Brown Act violation, but we knew she has no respect for the Brown Act. She can't even follow our own state conflict of interest laws. She also no doubt knew, but did not care, that it violated Board Policy 3100, which required a 5% minimum reserve. She knew this, of course, because she was the one who voted against it in 2015 numerous times when it came up for review. But Rawlings was relying on the new board, not knowing the rules, and hoping she could surprise the board so that they wouldn't have time to research it or ask questions to staff. And it would have worked if not for those pesky parents that keep showing up to hold her accountable. Tonight is another clever trick by Rawlings. But just so we're clear, from a legal standpoint, you can't change a board policy after you violate it and then claim you never violated it. You have to agendize the budget discussion and re-vote, which really isn't that hard unless you simply can't admit that you're wrong. The other option is to be Mr. Dill and claim that the board did none of these things. Mr. Dill, this is your last board meeting in Carlsbad, and this is beneath you. The Poway parents are here tonight to see whether you will admit that your response to the Brown Act complaint was wrong. Don't let this be your last action on behalf of Carlsbad Unified. The kids and the parents and the community in Carlsbad and Poway deserve better.
Next speaker is Athena Runner.
I'm Athena Runner, and I do live in the district. I also work for the district. When considering the proposed revision to Board Policy 3100, I urge the board to also consider some of the backstory regarding the 5% economic uncertainty reserves. There's a long history in CUSD, and it involves Trustee Rawlings and her strict opposition to maintaining a 5% healthy reserve. She has opposed this policy for years, and she has voted against the entire budget almost every single time, precisely because of those 5% reserves. As Scott Davison went through last meeting, she clearly violated the Brown Act and made you all complicit in it. And neither the board nor the acting superintendent addressed it during the meeting, and you should have. You should know. As a result, this action is to remedy that illegal action, and it shouldn't stand. This agenda item now before you is brought by the same person who sets the board agenda and created the violation. So she seeks to remedy the violation and get what she's wanted all along, which is to reduce the reserves. So based on this alone, I ask that you not approve this. If you want to have a discussion about remedying reserves, reducing that amount, come back and do it another time where you can have a healthy, open dialogue about it and not in this underhanded manner. Thanks.
Trustees, are there any questions? Trustees, are there any questions? Trustee Verbeff.
I have several, actually, so break in whenever you want to, okay? At the last meeting, Mr. Dill indicated that he would not recommend changing the reserves at this time when I asked him. Was staff asked to prepare any additional information in advance of this request now that they had more time to prepare?
No.
At the last.
Trustee Verbeth, do you have another question?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are there other folks that have questions? And Trustee Verbeth, were you able to ask these questions prior to the meeting?
I did send a lot of my questions in, yes.
And are they noted here in our public
I have
document?
some new questions too.
Okay,
that have
thank
come
you.
up.
If you could ask those
Yeah.
new questions, that'd be great.
I'm
Thank
asking
you.
them now.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at the last meeting, Mr. Dill indicated that certain portions of the reserves were already designated for discretionary use by the superintendent, and it appears that staff did this in August on their own after my multiple requests were rejected by the board last spring to bring in extra help for our secondary schools. How much do we currently have available in the unrestricted reserves that we could use next year for something like LCAP priorities?
Well, ultimately, and this is not my recommendation, but, all of the reserves above the minimum reserves are, always available. Now, not the recommendation to spend down to the minimum, but when the budget is developed, you look at the revenue that's coming in and do you have enough to cover all of the priorities for next year, one, carrying on your existing programs. And if you have a dip in revenue or you have a one-time need in resources, you can look at any of the reserves, and ultimately it is the board's decision whether to do that or not in order to meet the needs for a subsequent school year.
Trustee Emery?
To follow up with that, so the 5% is, the proposed 3% and the previous standing 5% is the minimum. What current percentage do we have in the restricted, unrestricted reserves?
I knew I should have looked up that number, should have run that, but we're in the high teens currently for unrestricted reserve compared to our total expenditures.
And as a follow-up to that, does that include the 3% mandatory by the state, or is that total discretion?
That's all in, yes.
Thank you.
Unrestricted reserve compared to total expenditures.
Thank you. Other questions? Trustee Emery?
Can you explain further to me, because I knew. Please state it again or in a different way if you could. The request about the stabilization fund to move from there was essentially a shuffling of savings, correct? Like from one savings account to another. So is that was my understanding, that we were moving it from the stabilization, which is not the reserves, into, explain to me again what happened to
Sure.
the stabilization fund.
Sure. When you look at the budget, you have a beginning balance in your reserves. You add in the revenue, you subtract out the expenditures, and you have an ending balance. Then you categorize those components of the ending balance. So it's not one account or another. It's, we have this pot of money. What do we call all of these different dollars inside of the pot? So the state requires a minimum 3% of unrestricted reserves for your total expenditures. This board has set that at 5%, and so we maintain that 5% reserve. Above that, there could be assignments that exist where we could say we want to set some dollars aside for instructional materials. We could do that. Above assignments are commitments. Commitments are board designations of dollars that they want to set aside. The primary one that we have is it shows as a stabilization arrangement, but that's what we called the basic aid reserve back the last time Carlsbad was a basic aid district. They set dollars aside to smooth out any rough spots during the transition in and out of basic aid. So those dollars have been carried there. There's other commitments that exist within the ending balance, that unrestricted ending balance, such as technology reserve. So if we have a big technology purchase in a year when we don't have the funds to do that, we can make sure that we have technology refreshment. We have one for fluctuations in retirement rates. We have one for band reserves. We have one for instructional materials, so that we can continue to operate in those years and have dollars specifically designated to use for those purposes that are committed inside of the unrestricted ending balance. So if that makes sense, it's not one account or another. It's all in the unrestricted ending balance, but we designate the reserves for different purposes.
Sorry, so more of a pot. I know we
Sure,
usually refer
sure.
to those as different pots. So
Is there a
that
follow-up?
Yeah, follow
Okay,
up
go
with
ahead.
that. Is that stabilization part of that high teens percentage that you're
Yes.
referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so with the talk of the stabilization, it would just push it back into a different pot within the same.
So, mathematically, if all we're doing is renaming the dollars inside the unrestricted ending reserve, all you're doing is changing the name of that. You're not moving the money, you're just calling it something different, or you're putting, in the case of committing it, it actually puts more restrictions on the dollars because it requires board action to decommit unless you're using it specifically for the purposes that the board set aside. When it is in the reserve for economic uncertainties, it's available to respond quickly to a sudden need that occurs. If it's in the unappropriated amount, it's also there that could be used without dipping into the committed unrestricted reserves as well.
Trustee Ward.
So with that 5% reserve, how often have we dove into that because of economic uncertainty?
We've not had to do it in a current year, but you also have to maintain that into the out years as well. So there have been times, probably the last time the board saw us approaching that was right at the beginning of the pandemic, when there were proposals for cuts to Proposition 98, which would have led to cuts to education funding. It would not have resulted in going into the reserves in the current year, but I'd have to look back. There might have been getting dangerously close to that in the second or third year out because of reserves that might have been necessary to sustain programs during that time. Ultimately, that did not pan out, but it could have been in the future under the assumption that was there at the time.
Okay. However, we didn't necessarily go into that, right? Because we
Correct.
did get a lot of support through the state. And yeah, okay. And then I just, so.
Is that a follow-up?
Yes,
Or-
follow-up.
Okay, good.
Sorry. So even beyond that, prior to 2019, I don't know when you came, Eric, but just want to
21.
make sure that we're spending our taxpayers' dollars for students in the time that we receive those monies. So how, going far back, do you know if we've ever dipped into that reserve?
I don't know going backwards. In a perfect world, dollars in would equal dollars out every year.
Okay.
But we don't live in a perfect world. So sometimes we have more revenue than we spend, and we put that aside for the times when we have less revenue than what we need. And in those times when we have the budget surplus, that's what ends up in what we call the reserves. And those dollars are there to smooth out the peaks and valleys while still delivering a robust educational program.
Okay.
Trustee Cioce.
So the intention of those funds is not, in fact, to be supportive of students who are contributing those dollars. It's not a fluid thing, it's to keep that for reserves. Do we know what year the board initiated that 5%?
Oh, I do not remember. I think I just heard
It's prior to
2015.
your
It's
time.
been
I was a
quite
parent
a
in the
while ago.
district in 2006 when we had to lay off a lot of teachers because we did not have enough resources to.
Trustee Cioce, that's for discussion? We're in questions now. So, okay, thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Verbeff.
I'm getting to the question, I have to read the current considerations. At the December 17, 24 meeting of the Board of Trustees, the board indicated a consensus to lower the minimum reserve for economic uncertainties from the board's current standard of at least 5% to the state minimum requirement of 3%. In order to reflect this change in future budget reports, a revision to board policy 3100 is necessary. So, Mr. Brzee, our attorney, came and gave us a Brown Act training and said that any time consensus, whether it's thumbs or head nod, it's an action, it's a vote. So since our action to change the reserve amount was not on the agenda, didn't that violate the Brown Act?
That would be a question for Mr. Brzee or for legal counsel. What I would say is the action, one of the actions that was taken that night was to approve the first interim budget report as presented. There was no modification to that, and that was as the report as of October 31st. And so that report did go in as presented to the public and into the CDE ultimately. As of right now, we've not made any changes because we don't affect those changes and report those out until we prepare the second interim budget report. So we've not actually done any of this work yet. It will be done before or as we hit the January 31st cutoff, and then it would be reflected, assuming all of this happens, it would be reflected in the report that you see on March 12th. So it's not actually occurred yet. And so that's why this action is necessary in order for us to do that.
Trustee Emery?
Follow up to that, has any action been taken to the reclassification of that stabilization fund?
Not at this time. It would be done for the second interim budget report.
And so that would not be included in this meeting, but would need to be in a subsequent,
The
under the
budget
board
is-
policy.
Yeah, the next budget report is the second interim budget report. And so assuming that these changes are made, that would be reflected in the second interim budget report, which would be the budget as of January 31st.
Follow up?
Yes.
Trustee
follow-up.
Verbeff?
So, based on the fact that we had a consensus, and that is equal to a vote, so that was an action on an information discussion item, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. So you are saying that an action took place, but it hasn't been implemented yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we took action on an information discussion item that the public wasn't informed that we were going to be taking action on, isn't that a Brown Act violation?
Again, you're going to have to ask an attorney for that. You know, what I will say is that, you know, we still have three other discussions to happen here. There's this tonight as first read. If there's a second read of this, it'll be a second opportunity for that discussion. And then on March 12th, there will be another discussion of the district's budget, which these changes may be reflected in. And so that would be another opportunity for public discussion.
Follow up?
Sure. My understanding, though, is that we were not allowed to take action, so that is a Brown Act violation. And so we should not be revising this board policy right now. We should be curing and correcting the Brown Act violation that took place at that meeting.
So again, that would be a question for our legal counsel. This is an item specifically for amending this policy.
Right.
And so that is the item that's being discussed this evening.
I have a follow-up.
Sure.
Mr. Dill and Mr. Schmidt, did I discuss my request that I wanted to make at the meeting prior to the meeting? And did you give me any information other than you could bring that forward as written?
I'm trying to think of what the discussion might have been. I don't recall discussion.
Nor do I.
You didn't have my email that I provided to say, I mean, I could produce the email, but you're saying that you didn't receive an email from me saying that this is what I would like to make a request for during the first interim budget discussion?
If there was, I don't recall responding back to it.
Can we have one conversation, please? Thank you.
I may have received notice. I don't recall responding back to it.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt?
Nor do I.
Okay. Other questions?
Yep.
Trustee Verbeff?
Okay, so changing the board policy that we violated after the fact doesn't fix the Brown Act violation, but a correction could be as simple as voting to direct staff to undo the direction we gave at the last meeting to direct a portion of our reserves into the new LCAP budget, correct?
That could be done.
And so you're saying we have not contacted legal counsel at this point, even though we received a complaint?
again, because of this was in the context, the discussion that occurred last month was in the context of the budget and was discussing specific line items within the first interim budget report. We felt that was consistent with discussing the budget. And again, the effects of that discussion and consensus have not actually occurred yet and won't occur until March 12th.
Other questions? Okay.
I have one more.
Trustee Verbeth.
Is it possible to consult with our legal counsel before bringing this board policy before the board right now?
Well, not before right now because we're at right now, but it could be before second reading and adoption.
Yes, we can do that.
Mr. Dill, did you provide a response to the parties that were complaining about this incident?
Yes.
And did you believe that we needed to provide any type of pause or cure and correct at that time when you responded?
In my opinion, that this next step was in reaction to that vote, and ultimately the next action in response to that would be on March 12th for the second interim budget report when the changes actually would be made prior to January 31st and presented to the board.
Any other questions? No other questions? I have a motion to approve board policy.
She has a question.
I didn't see your question. I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
So in effect, we are just bifurcating the whole process of having the community involved in whether or not we even bring this to a discussion. We're saying we're going to vote on it in March, and we just don't care what our constituents' desires are here.
The questions are for staff at this time. If you're we can have that conversation during discussion.
So we don't care what the community's interests are here because we're going with Trustee Rawlings' interests.
Well, this item is in relation to that action, so this has been put forward to the public as part of this agenda that the board was going to have a discussion about changing the board policy to lower the reserve. So this part has been noticed for the specific discussion. And board policies typically are brought for a first and second reading. So this would be the first chance for discussion on this amendment to the board policy. February meeting would have a second chance for that discussion. And furthermore, if people had opinions about this action, it could also be discussed at the March 12th meeting as the second interim budget report is brought forward.
Trustee Verbeth.
So I just want to confirm that we did not appropriately notify the public that we were going to be taking a vote on the discussion item of that evening. Is that correct?
Well, the discussion, the budget item was, or the board item was for review of the first interim budget report. I know often boards will have discussion and give direction to staff related to items that are contained within agenda items, including the budget report. Often we will have discussions of, can we add more staff? Could we add a full-day kindergarten proposal? Those are all budget-related items that often are discussed and not detailed specifically. So, discussing the level of reserves would be something that someone could consider would be up for discussion. That specific vote, was not mentioned, but there could have been other proposals that would have been made. Ultimately, as I mentioned, it's the first interim budget report for the period ending October 31st, which was approved, and subsequent changes to the budget get accounted for before January 31st, reported to the board on March 12th.
Other questions? May I have a motion to approve Board Policy 3100 and approve as a first reading? I will move to do that.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Trustee Verbeth. Trustee Emery.
Yeah, and forgive me because, this meeting when this additional budget was brought up, my understanding was, and I could be wrong, new to the process here, fully admit that we were discussing the budget and thumbs up for as is. And then my understanding was that the discussion was more questions posed that could be brought up at the later date. And I'm hearing now that that was perceived differently. So I'm just clarifying, did we all think that our thumbs were to actually be a change of?
Well,
amongst
to
the board?
clarify, I mean,
Yeah.
it was three trustees.
Mhm.
I made the request, and I did request from staff. I said I was going to do a governance request during the first interim to make these particular changes, since that's the appropriate time to do so, to make the request. But again, I'm relying on staff to say, is this appropriate? Is this, and I had an email that I basically had my questions for the meeting, and then I also had, and I asked Mr. Schmidt to say, are we good with my request? Is everything fine? Absolutely no problem. Are there any, Mr. Dill, do you understand my request? Because I was very specific. I said, this object code would move to this object code. And there was no questions of me, whether this was appropriate or not, or what have you. And then 3 board members said, yes, we want to do that. And then, but again, my understanding was it was not going to happen immediately. We would have to staff would have to provide the appropriate, ways to make that happen. And so that's where, but I did do the request, yes.
So let me clarify my question, because my question was, when we were approving the budget, we were approving it as is, and thumbs up to, in the future, bring a governance request forward. Is that
It was a
not-
request at the meeting.
Okay.
It was a request at the meeting to direct staff to make these changes as we go into like second interim. It wasn't like an immediate change. So yes, it was a way to direct that. Trustee Verbeff.
I have the transcript here, and you directed us to do it now. You did not ask for it to be done at a later date. You said to do it now.
But it wasn't done, I mean, again, it wasn't done that way. I mean, staff is going to know the direction, right?
You directed staff.
I didn't do it.
Well,
3 trustees did this.
3
Okay,
trustees.
so a board
I
majority.
want to just be clear that the vote took place, that 3 trustees agreed with you to do it now. It was not at a later date. I have the transcript in
Okay,
front of me.
and again, I made the request. I asked staff, is this an appropriate request? And staff agreed that, yes, we are able to accommodate the board's request. And that's, but again, it didn't happen that immediately. I mean, staff is going to make those determinations to accommodate the request that was made by the board majority, yes.
Was it only 3?
Yes, it was a 3-2 vote. Any other discussion?
No, and in terms of Allison, or Trustee Emery's clarification, I think I understood it the same way too, where we're moving some of that money over, but it's all in the same big pot. Doesn't necessarily mean that we're gonna, spend it all.
Well, one of the things that I want to say is that we 100%, and that was part of the discussion, is that if the board LCAP priority is to keep that money as a stabilization, then that's what would happen to it. So it's not like there's not as if that money just goes away or is spent on something different. The board as a whole, at least the majority, would need to decide how that money is spent. So it's not like, and again, I didn't act independently. I'm unable to act independently. So I just want to make that, very clear. And I specifically, I have the email where I made the request. I said I was going to make the request. Is this appropriate? Do you understand my request? And everything was, yes, we understand. Yes, it's fine. Trustee Verbeff.
But you've been on the board longer than any of us, so you know the process. You know that it was an information discussion item, and you clearly asked for a vote to give direction to staff on something that the public wasn't informed that they were going to be making. We weren't informed that we were going to be making. You surprised us. And from what we're hearing from people who've been following this for many years, is this is not the first time that it's happened. So can you explain to me why you want to move the reserves from 5% to 3%?
Well, number one, this was at board direction to move to 5%, and it was done in a very similar manner. To actually, it was staff. We want you to update the board. You know, we want to go from a 3% to a 5%, and then the board policy was brought back to the full board and to make that change. Now, I would like to free up those dollars so we can spend them in the classroom. So for intervention teachers, for full-day kindergarten if it's needed, or what have you. And to be honest with you, I mean, we heard that, you know, during the pandemic, I was the only advocate to say we need to use some of this money in order to open schools. And that discussion happened, you know, several years ago, and the rest of the board didn't want to do it. And the comment that I made at that time was, if this isn't an economic uncertainty, I don't know what is. And there was no comment. So again, I've wanted to say that in my view, we need to use these funds in our classroom because, as Mr. Dill has said as well, we have a technology reserve. We still have a line item in the budget for technology. So this is just extra money just in case. So we have that. We have instructional materials. We have all kinds of other reserves. And we're in the high teens as far as reserves go. So what I'm saying is that I think families want to see that money in the classroom and not in a bank account. So that's how I see that. Trustee Emery.
I hear a lot of what's been done and, you know, what's in past practice, but I'm wondering what can we do to unify going forward? Because all we can do right now is do what's best from now on. So are you proposing anything at this moment?
There's a motion and a second on the floor. So we can't really change the motion, if
No, I
that's what we're saying.
understand, but I'm asking for what would be within the realm of not looking backwards and forwards, if there's something perhaps I'm not considering.
Well, looking forward, we're looking at uncertainty. We're moving into basic aid, and I asked staff directly, would you recommend that we do this? And the answer was no. So to me, that's very clear, and that's why I voted no. To Kathy, you know, you're saying that, Trustee Rawlings, you're saying that a decision was made to increase the reserve to 5% the same way you're asking to decrease it. Was it done at an appropriate time? Was it agendized? This is the problem. This was not agendized, and that is the Brown Act violation.
Well, I disagree that this is violation, and I'm sure that you can, you could take it to court and find out, I guess, or somebody could. But from what I'm saying, and I don't exactly know when it was, but it was definitely during a budget discussion. It was definitely during one of the budget timeframes when we're asked to make the decisions and approve the dollars to be spent and how they're going to be spent. So I do know it was definitely done during a budget discussion.
And we do talk about the budget throughout the year, so there is a more appropriate time. My point is that wasn't the appropriate time because the public wasn't notified, we weren't aware, we were surprised by it, and we were not prepared to, as you can see, our fellow trustees are not even clear as to what they even voted on. So I am not comfortable at all moving forward with changing board policy, and I think we need to get legal counsel to weigh in on what happened.
Trustee Ward.
So I'm clear what I voted on, to make that clear. But, so I'm curious, is your concern more of how it all flushed out? Or are you concerned at all about our taxpayer money that has been sitting in there, where we haven't really touched it at all for years and haven't utilized it in the classroom? So do you think like being able to access that money is okay, but just the process in which we got here is not okay?
Trustee Ward, I have problems with both things, okay? So we found money. I asked in 3 or 4 meetings for money for secondary last year, okay? Last academic year. I was denied each time. Then in August, all of a sudden, poof, money came out of nowhere, and we found money for our middle school students. That did not come from reserves. So we can find the money when we need to. And as far as I know, Our teachers are feeling supported. They have the raises that they wanted. I really believe that Trustee Rawlings is wanting this money for raises, not so much classroom. And if we really were worried about it, we would be reducing class size. And that would increase the number of teachers we would need. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about increased salaries. So I think
I have not said that.
I
I have
don't
not
think I
said that,
heard her
Trustee
say
Beth.
that.
And I will say too, just to be clear, a board can lower class sizes with money if we have it committed towards dollars. So if we want to change the name of it to class size reduction, I'm all in. Trustee Emery.
I just think, going forward, I want to make clear that I too agree that the classroom dollars need to be utilized. I think that we need to apply it towards our students, and to be clear, what Mr. Dill was saying is that just because we recategorize, and I'm not saying that is not necessarily a free bill to spend. I do think, I can see both sides. I fully agree that we need to be transparent with all of our committee. I also believe that there was a lot of things said in the thought exchange that says, there's a lot of things that we could do for our students who are currently there to help them. That doesn't even mean that we need to even touch that 5%. It sounds like, we have money above that and in places that we could still utilize. So, I see it both ways, and I think that maybe we could move forward with some ideas and maybe flesh out both solutions.
Trustee Verbeck.
So to answer the other part of your question, Trustee Ward, the timing was inappropriate. So yes, that does bother me. We did it in the wrong way. So we have to follow rules. That's why we have them. And so we can have an appropriate discussion at a designated time when it is fully agendized, we are all prepared, staff is fully prepared, and our public are prepared. That is the problem here. And I feel very strongly about it, and we are all responsible for it.
So I'm going to call for the question, as we discussed with Robert's Rules. So the motion on the floor is to approve 3100 as a first reading. Ms. Garcia, please call for the vote.
Student Board Representative Aladrisi.
Yes?
Trustee COC.
Absolutely not.
Trustee Emery.
No.
Trustee Verbev.
No.
Trustee Ward.
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings.
Yes.
Motion fails 2-3.
Thank you. We now, yes.
We're in a break, yes.
Yep.
Okay, we are back in session. May we have order, please? Thank you. We now move on to item 7.6, resolution number 212425, electrification. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Mr. Dill.
Thank you. This is revisiting a resolution that was brought forward in 2024 that's been revised and has been brought back, and it sets aspirational goals for different actions that would help reduce climate change and also promote electrification at all of our school sites. The district's done a number of things over the last few years, beginning with the passage of Measure HH. We've installed solar panels at 8 of our school sites. We are now adding solar and battery storage on any of our new buildings that are over 2,000 square feet. We have installed LED lighting through our modernization projects. We've been replacing old HVAC units with more efficient ones. We actually have electrified some of our schools already. We've replaced gas-fired units with heat pumps when we've had the ability, when we've gone through either at end of life or through our modernization projects. We've reduced our water usage and lowered our utility costs at Carlsbad High with the work that we did on the cooling system there. We actually last year started replacing our maintenance and warehouse fleet with electric vehicles. So I think we're now up to 6 electric vehicles. So we are in the process of doing that as well. This resolution would set a number of aspirational targets for us to continue to do that work over the next 10 years as we move through sites, either through modernization, new construction, or through replacing equipment through end of life, and is very similar to the actions that I discussed there. So I'm going to leave it at that and turn it over to Trustee Rawlings for public comment and questions and discussion.
Thank you. This is time for public comment, and we have received 9 blue cards. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. You will have 2 minutes and 15 seconds. We will have the timer on the screen, and your mic will be muted when your time is expired. The first speaker is Henry Davison.
Hello, my name is Henry Davison. I am a student at Sage Creek High School, and I'm here just to express my dissatisfaction with the electrification resolution. Today, you will vote on this resolution, and yet it is obvious from reading it that you've yet to put in any planning or foresight for this resolution. The only thing this resolution succeeds in is being vague and unclear with your goal of 100% clean energy. Today, you admitted that no analysis was done on the price of total electrification. In this, you claimed that there would be only a 2% increase in the electric bill, but neglected the fact that the Clean Energy Alliance has raised the rates twice in the past 2 years due to the increasing cost. Today, you claimed that electrification would bring safe and healthy learning environments to our schools. Either through ignorance or malice, you overlooked the realities of these environment-saving measures. You overlooked the toxic chemicals that lie inside solar panels. You overlooked the costly and harmful metals that make the batteries of electrical vehicles. You overlooked the cost of having to replace these EV batteries every 10 years or less. And they can't be recycled, so once their life is done, they will sit in a landfill, poisoning the earth below. Today, this board will pass this resolution because those who proposed the resolution have the majority and confidence to overlook the well-being of students in this district. This board will waste money so they can feel good about themselves and claim they did their part. 2 years ago, this district's funding began to decline as it was finally held accountable for the decline of its student population. Tutoring hours and classes were cut when students were in dire need of them because the district panicked to cut its budget due to its irresponsible management. All those cuts are still here today. Today, you will yet again ignore the actual needs of students so you can be self-righteous about saving the environment. The purpose of the school district is not to save the environment but to help students learn. If you truly care about the students, you will invest in their education so that they can succeed academically. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kirsten Leminsko. I hope I got that right.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Limsiga. I live in the Carlsbad boundary, and I am currently a junior at Carlsbad High School. I am co-president and founder of my school's Ocean Club, where we promote ocean conservation through various activities, including beach cleanups and educational lunch meetings. I care about climate change because I care about ensuring a healthy, sustainable future. There are more than 2,000 students at my school, and this is where most of us spend the majority of our time. We deserve to receive an education in a clean, healthy, and carbon-neutral environment. Carlsbad Unified should take this opportunity to secure climate-safe futures for their students and inspire other school districts to take action. I have talked to students involved in Ocean Club, Green Club, and the AP Environmental Science class offered at my school. We all care about our planet and the environment. We all hope for a better, more sustainable future. With this in mind, we please urge you to take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Piper Murphy.
Hi, I'm Piper Murphy, and I live inside the Carlsbad boundaries. I'm the president of Green Club at Carlsbad High School, and in this club, we provide environmental education to students and attempt to create a healthier and more sustainable environment by doing beach cleanups and having lunch meetings. I believe that you should vote yes on this proposition because, as a student, I know how much time I spend and other students spend at school, which is over 1,000 hours in a year. And so it is very important that there is good air quality inside our classrooms. And by supporting this resolution, we're prioritizing a climate-safe future. Electrifying our schools is a cost-effective way to reduce emissions, lower energy bills, and invest more funds into the classroom. So I think you should vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lexi Hahn.
Hi, my name is Lexi Hahn, and I'm a junior at Carlsbad High School. I live in the Carlsbad boundaries. I'm part of Ocean Club and the president of Animal Advocacy Club. I believe that we have a duty to take care of the planet for future generations and the well-being of their environment. The fires in California this year are the worst they have ever been because of climate change. Hurricanes are stronger, the global temperature continues to increase, and more species are going forever extinct. We must do what we can to limit our negative impact on the environment and for the health of our planet, children, and the species that we share this world with. This is our community. We decide what we put into the environment, and it is our responsibility to make conscious and careful decisions. My peers and I urge you to vote yes to electrify the CUSD district and reduce fossil fuel use. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to remind the students that they can get community hours, community credit hours, so you could have that signed off later on. Next speaker is Linda Daniels.
Hi, I'm Linda Daniels. I've lived in Carlsbad for 12 years. Good evening, Superintendent. Good evening, trustees. I'm a member of the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition, and in particular the Schools Committee, of which many of them are here tonight, Serena Pelka is in charge of, with the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition. What we want to do is just save the planet. And the kids are the important thing. The kids have to have clean air in order to breathe, okay? And what Mr. Dill has been doing over the last few years of the end of life and making things electric and helping things, I appreciate it, and I'm going to miss his forethought and miss his forward thinking about this. I really appreciate it. a lot of you have seen me over the last 2 years coming here. I haven't been around lately because I just had both my shoulders replaced, the right one, and then 2 months later, the left one. So I'm just in physical therapy trying to raise my arms now, so that I haven't been able to do very much, okay? The resolution that the UC Carlsbad Unified School District has before you is very similar to the ones that the San Diego Unified School District has passed, and the Sweetwater Unified School District has passed, okay? So Vista's going to pass one pretty soon. I would like Carlsbad to do theirs before Vista, so we get ours passed before that. Your schools are almost all solarized right now, and we just want to finish the last few, and since Proposition 2 passed on the ballot in November, there's matching funds now for you to apply for to get the last of your schools put solar on, okay? I only have 30 seconds left, so I have much to say here. Green schools help to create jobs while protecting our environment. The time is right to remember energy in the schools is important, and electric energy by replacing gas and HVAC systems with solar, what's called heat pumps, which I've done. I walk the talk. My whole home is electrified. I have an induction stove, heat pump water heater, and heat pump HVAC system, and I'm on my 3rd electric car. Vote yes.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kylie Teagle.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Kaylee Teagle, and I reside in Carlsbad. I also graduated from Sage Creek High School in 2023. Tonight, I wanted to speak to you guys and also urge you to vote yes and support Resolution Number 21-2425 in the matter of electrifying the Carlsbad Unified School District to bring clean air and healthier schools in Carlsbad. As you may know, fossil fuels produce carbon dioxide and increase greenhouse gases, which is a pollutant in our environment, worsening the climate crisis. CUSD has already installed solar in 50% of our district's campuses, which is great progress, and continuing to do so and invest in our future of our staff and students. Clean energy and electrification is also good economic policy that will save money for our district in the long run. The environment is vital to our lives and should be protected by all of us. Whether it's a walk to unwind or dropping off your kid at school, cleaner air and CUSD would improve daily lives in our district. Please take action for our climate and a better future for generations to come by voting yes on Resolution Number 21-2425. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next speaker is Elena Grilly.
Hello, my name is Elena Grilly, and I'm urging the board to approve the resolution to electrify Carlsbad Unified School District. I'm a student at La Jolla High School, and in 2023, I advocated for my school district, San Diego Unified School District, to pass a similar resolution, which passed unanimously. Electrification will benefit students, both now and in the future. Electric buses and efficient heat pumps equipped with advanced filtration systems will reduce air pollution and incur fewer operating costs than fossil fuel-based alternatives, all while mitigating schools' carbon footprints. Schools have a responsibility to prepare us for our future, not endanger it. And the climate crisis has an impact on our future that can no longer be ignored. We know the science, we know what needs to be done. Greenhouse gas emissions need to be reduced across all sectors, schools included. With this resolution, CUSD can take a crucial step to protect students from asthma today and climate catastrophe tomorrow. Furthermore, I know firsthand that electrification sends a clear message that the district strives to safeguard students' futures and elevate their voices. Green job curricula will prepare students to tackle the world's greatest challenges and achieve job security. And by listening to the student voices calling for a just and sustainable future, the board is empowering the next generation of leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paige DeCiro.
Good evening, trustees. I'm Paige DeCino. With this resolution, you have the opportunity to set a high standard for this district and become a real leader in addressing climate change and a model for our student population, many of them are here. Our buildings contribute about 30% of our greenhouse gas emissions, and we should take whatever reasonable steps we can do to move away from natural gas, which also, as you've heard, contributes to poor indoor air quality. The steps outlined in the resolution are reasonable. For instance, new construction should be all electric, which not only can be done in an economically beneficial way, as demonstrated by 2 housing projects in Carlsbad that are all electric, including some affordable housing, but is also mandated by the state to be cost effective. I repeat, it has to be cost effective for new construction. This also avoids unnecessary gas lines that may become obsolete in the future. Retiring gas-powered appliances and equipment as proposed at the end of their effective lifetimes is an easy way to remove gas infrastructure as well without imposing additional financial burden on the district. As a former CHS science teacher, I always lamented the fact that we didn't offer very much in the way of alternative career training for students not planning on attending 4-year college. By developing a career path in renewable energy and potentially partnering with our local community colleges for training the future electricians and technicians in this field, you address the needs of a not insignificant and yet often overlooked portion of our student body that could benefit by this training. So please adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Serena Belka.
Hi, good evening. My name is Serena Pelka. I'm a policy advocate at the nonprofit Climate Action Campaign, where our mission is to create a pollution-free future where everyone can thrive. When we envision this collective future, we see students and schools at the center. As community hubs, schools should be healthy spaces with clean air and free of dangerous fossil fuels. Electrification is an important solution to ensure the district is providing a safe, healthy, and inspiring environment as aligned with its mission. Given the district's significant investments in solar, as mentioned, going all electric will create real cost savings that can be put back into the classroom. Since parts of the bond money are already required to be used for infrastructure, replacing existing gas systems with all electric alternatives at the time of burnout will be highly cost effective. Plus, matching funds from Prop 2 make this even more feasible. The impacts of the climate crisis are not challenges for the future, but are at our doorstep now. As the fiscal impacts are evaluated today, we cannot minimize the cost of inaction as we look to our neighbors in LA, where over 20 school districts have faced closures due to the poor air quality from the fires, leaving over 700,000 students out of class. This is an opportunity to not just protect air quality, but be fiscally smart and plan for long-term savings that can go back into classrooms, to teachers, and to students. This is a teachable moment for students on whether or not the district is committed to protecting their future, as we owe it to them to create cleaner, healthier schools and communities that are resilient and sustainable. As you also received over 40 emails in support of the resolution, in addition to the speakers tonight, we urge you to support and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Ward.
So what are, can you share with me what the benefits are from Prop 2? Is there?
Prop 2 is our first statewide school facilities bond, which was passed in November. It's basically replenishing the fund up at the state level that does provide matching funds for new construction, modernization, and hardship programs. We currently are working on, we have a proposal out on the street for a new master plan, which is a requirement of qualifying for Prop 2 matching funds, so that we can make sure that any of our future projects that we have met all of the requirements for us to apply for those state dollars. And really, it is a project-by-project, school-by-school analysis that you have to do to determine what you would qualify for. So I can't tell you today what any project would garner in matching dollars. Currently, we're working on a little over $6 million worth of applications for Measure HH projects that have already occurred. So we're working on doing that. And we are going to include as an add-on component of that master plan to evaluate electrification, should this be the direction of the board, so that we could eventually do a feasibility study for each of our future projects to do that. So we'll meet all of those requirements and we'll be qualified for that. But the one caveat that I always say about state money is don't spend it until you have it. So with any projects that we have going forward, we will be front-loading it with the capital funds that we have on hand, applying for the state dollars, and then as those dollars come in, that provides us some additional resources for future capital projects that we otherwise, would have had available from Measure HH had we got the match at the same time we were doing the project. So, so it's really would be seed money for future projects once we get reimbursement, and you get in line. And you have to work through the state allocation board process. Sometimes it takes years before you do get that. But the good news is it passed, it's there, $9 billion available statewide, and the governor proposes to issue about $1.5 billion of Prop 2 bonds in his budget proposal.
Okay, great. Other questions? Trustee Burbeff?
I have a follow-up to Trustee Ward's question. So the Prop 2 money, is it being earmarked for certain districts that need more funding than other districts, property taxes? Can you explain some of that?
Yeah, it does change the formulas compared to prior statewide bonds, and so there will be some prioritizations of districts with a higher count of low-income students. So that will go into our application, and it will create the priority of where we land in line for reimbursement. That's why I say don't count on those dollars until you actually get them, because you may be waiting in line quite a while.
Is that a follow-up?
It is. Well, to clarify something you said, you mentioned something about the HH bond measure monies. Are you trying to go after monies that we need to complete projects for measure our bond? Like, I'm just a little confused, because we still have projects that we're concerned we're not going to be able to complete. Is that correct?
That is correct, due to cost escalation that's happened over the last few years. And the board will be having a discussion on this in the spring of future project costs versus available funds. And we were on the verge of issuing our final $87 million under Measure HH, and that's going to fuel the remaining phase of projects. And we should look at it only in the context of we have $87 million remaining and allocate those dollars. Now, should we receive some of those state dollars for applications that are already in the pipeline, that adds to the amount of available funds that we could use towards Measure HH projects, or the projects that we either the cost has become too high or we need those extra dollars to get across the finish line. But again, look at the dollars that we have in hand, hope for the reimbursement at some point down the line, and then we can use those dollars as the board sees fit.
So one more follow-up. Sorry, yes. So just to clarify again, so the monies that you're hoping to get by applying for Prop 2 matching funds, we're hoping to use those to offset some of the building costs that have escalated. And so we're still committed to those projects, and we hope to be able to complete them with the idea that we might get this money from the state. Is that correct?
Well, we
don't have the money, right? So I know that.
Right. We won't issue contracts for projects if we don't have the money in hand. So, that will be a consideration from this point forward, actually, anytime you have a bond draw, you're looking at the dollars available versus the projects you want to do. We have a long list of projects, and we're getting into our final phase. So there will have to be a determination of how do we allocate the remaining dollars. Again, if we start to receive some state reimbursement, we can add to the available funds on hand, and that can change the consideration that the board would have in issuing contracts for the remaining projects.
I have a follow-up to that as well. With our Phase 5 pieces, isn't it within the bond to say that we would have to have state matching funds in order to move forward on any Phase 5 project? And then the other pieces, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but don't we have additional solar in Phase 5?
Yes, it's defined as, remaining sustainability projects in Phase 5. I don't believe it was, Phase 5 was contingent upon receiving state dollars, that we would only do them if we had state dollars. It was, these were the final projects that, should we have money remaining, we would look towards Phase 5 to complete those projects, whether it was remaining HH dollars or state dollars that came in over the course of the bond program. It really was, as funds are available, we would consider those projects.
Trustee Emery.
And just a clarification, a resolution is not necessarily a commitment of funds, but more of a commitment of beliefs and direction, and then the funds would be determined as those projects come up.
As I read that resolution, that is what you are contemplating tonight, is setting goals and direction, and any project that we bring forward is going to be on a case-by-case basis, dependent upon the board's priorities and the funds available.
Trustee CSE.
Follow-up, so we can change the verbiage in this resolution so that it is clearly indicating that we are not committing to these things by 2025 or 2035, as it states in there, but that is a goal that we would like to accomplish.
Yeah, if the board chooses to amend the resolution, they can certainly do that tonight.
Trustee Ward.
So we've done some pretty significant electrification adjustments already, like the solar, the electric vehicles, and I know some things that we've done at Jefferson too, correct? Do you think potentially that has saved us some money? I know typically like with solar, I mean, just because I have solar at my house, the benefits of it takes time to happen. But do you think potentially there is a cost savings to that in the future when you go that route?
Yes, we've certainly seen a reduction in our utility bills at the sites where we do have solar. And additionally at Aviara Oaks Elementary and Middle, we have battery storage that helps us shave the rates during the most expensive peak times. When we're using energy during those high peak times, we draw upon the batteries. So we definitely have seen utility savings. The beauty of how it works in school districts is you use your capital funds to install the energy saving measures, and then you reap the results in the general fund, because the general fund pays the utility bills, whereas the capital funds pay for the projects. And so utility savings are dollars that can go back into our operating costs, everything from salaries down to services.
And I have a follow-up on that. Wouldn't it maximize our investment in solar by making more and more things electric, since you can't get natural gas out of solar panels?
Well, yes. I mean, the more power you're producing, the less you're buying off the grid. And so, it would be a matter of how efficient is the electrical equipment that you're putting in compared to the cost of the gas-powered equipment and what the gas rates are as well. That would have to be a consideration.
Trustee CSE.
I would like some clarification of what we really are talking about in terms of gas-powered things, because we live in Southern California. I don't think we have a lot of heating that we're really doing in our classrooms. And already lighting and air conditioning and things are already going to be electrically operated. That's a different thing from solar panels and generating that electricity. But in terms of their functioning on that, and we don't do busing in our district.
Correct.
It's my understanding, am I correct, that buses that are utilized for like football teams are contracted out, so those are not owned by the district. So any kind of busing situation that we have is not included in this resolution.
Correct.
And because we don't have busing per se, for students in the district, vehicles are kind of a limited, nutrition services and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so to answer two parts of the question, in terms of our school buildings, we do have gas-powered heating and water heaters. That's the main. And we do have some gas-powered ovens in our kitchens as well, although we've also been looking at replacing those as well. And so those are the three areas, and we definitely see it on our utility bills in the cold months, because that's when we see the cost of our gas usage go up. It was either last year, I think it was last winter, when we had the spike in natural gas rates that everyone in this room suffered. The school district did as well, and so we definitely saw a huge spike in our utility bills in the 22-23 school year from that winter. But during the summer, it's negligible what we're drawing, probably just the hot water in some places, but not really the heating. And if it's the summer, we're not using the ovens either. And yes, to your point, the only vehicles that we do own are our maintenance and warehouse vehicles. We don't operate our own in-house busing, and so that really relies on whatever the contractors have that are going to be our service providers.
I also have a follow-up on that. When you talked about the year or the winter where we had exceeding gas prices, didn't that take away from our savings that we were getting from the solar?
It didn't, in that this was pre-existing gas-powered equipment, so it just meant that just cost us more to run that gas-powered equipment. It didn't take away from our electrical production and electrical use.
I guess my point is that it took away from savings on our total utility bill.
Well, we actually had to increase our utility budget that year, which is the first time in my career I've ever increased my utility budget mid-year, and it was in reaction to that.
Other questions? Trustee Emery.
I just have one. Is some of the dates in here, such as the last bullet point in January 2035, to align with the California state goals as well, or related to?
This was just in the resolution that was provided to us as draft language, so I think it's just a 10-year goal.
Trustee Verbeff.
Just to clarify, there is an impact immediately if we approve this resolution. On the last page, it states, by April 2025, transition to 100% clean energy by enrolling in Clean Energy Alliance's Green Impact Service, that is a cost, and I believe that was addressed in our answers that the public received as well as the board, and it's estimated to be approximately a 2% increase. The last time it was explored, perhaps it's more now, but that's about $50,000. So there is an immediate cost by April 2025. Is that correct?
That would be the annual cost based off of our previous estimates, looking at the different rate tiers offered by the Clean Energy Alliance and comparing the one that we're currently enrolled in versus the Green Impact. The last time I looked at that, it was a 2% swing. So that would be an annual $50,000 increase to our utility budget.
Okay. I have a question. So, Mr. Dill, I sent this to you in advance, but I wanted to know about Board Policy 3510, Green School Operations, where it states in part, the Board of Trustees believes everyone has a responsibility to be a steward of the environment and desires to integrate environmental accountability into all school district programs and operations. And then it goes down to say, in developing such strategies and assessing the environmental conditions in district facilities and operations, the superintendent or designee shall involve all staff, all levels, with varying job responsibilities, including administrators. In selecting and prioritizing strategies, the superintendent or designee shall give consideration to long-term potential cost savings, initial costs, feasibility of implementation, quality and performance of the product or service, health impacts, environmental consideration, and potential educational value. District strategies may include, but are not limited to, reducing energy and water consumption and using renewable and clean energy technologies and alternatives when available. And then it goes on to list many other things. And then it does talk about electricity, and it talks about vehicles and those types of things. Can you tell me, do we have a strategy that has been developed since this was adopted, or was initially adopted in 2006 and then again in 2022, that includes some of these items that are in the resolution as is?
Yes, and there are numerous strategies that are listed in that particular board policy. And I will say that, through the business services staff, that we do strive to accomplish these goals that are listed out here. We always do look at the most energy efficient, I don't want to say appliances, but equipment when we're making purchases, things that are both durable and energy efficient. We've rolled out a number of recycling efforts across the district. As I mentioned, with the upgrades to the cooling system at Carlsbad High, that was a significant water savings, and that was one of the drivers behind that particular project. Our products that we use for cleaning are, I don't want to say green, but they're the most environmentally friendly that we can find. We also make sure that we're following rules in regards to pest control and rodent control, and that we use methods that are the least toxic. And using any type of pesticides is a method of last resort. We go through a number of different actions before we decide to go down that route. So the district itself is been a partner with the Carlsbad Police Department in making sure, in promoting e-bikes in the e-bike capital of the world, I think, is Carlsbad. And so, as you see the number of students who are safely riding their bikes to school, that's been as a result of efforts between the district and the city of Carlsbad and the police department. So, I mean, we could go down and down. We do buy local produce, which cuts the supply chain distance and results in fresher food, so we prioritize that as well. So if you want to read that policy, we hit everything on there in some way, and we're always giving that consideration when we're sourcing products or services.
So would you say this resolution is consistent with Board Policy 3510?
Yes.
Thank you. Other questions? I have two more. Go ahead. Trustee Verpeth.
One of the speakers mentioned the affordable housing units, two of which were received funding. Do our schools receive the same type of funding that an affordable housing unit might receive to help with electrification?
No, those are specifically for housing, and so we really look to the state program. The Inflation Reduction Act did have some funds that were available to public agencies. We didn't qualify because we weren't far enough down the line in order to submit applications for that, but from time to time, other agencies will provide dollars to public agencies. The very first solar project that I was involved in at San Diego that put the solar panels at La Costa Canyon High School was as a result of 3 different grant programs that we cobbled together through the state of California that funded that project. So it's just a matter of timing of if you have your plans ready when either state or federal government releases funds for which we qualify. And we'll always be looking for those opportunities as well to offset those costs.
Follow-up?
Well, it's not, I guess it's a follow-up. So I think when we received a lot of emails today and yesterday over the past couple of days, and I tried to reply to every single one. And my main concern here is how much is it going to cost to implement this resolution? We were provided a different resolution in May. Kathy's talking about a board policy, which we have achieved. We're working on this as a district. We're moving forward. Actually, the board policy doesn't include the resolutions.
What's the question? We're in discussion. We're not in discussion yet.
Yeah, no, my question is, how much is this going to cost? We weren't given an answer yet. I've asked people who are proponents of this resolution, how much is this going to cost us?
Yeah, so that will be part of our new master plan, is to look at that. If you think about it, if we're going in and replacing equipment at end of life, we would have had that cost anyway to replace rooftop heating and ventilation. And so then it becomes a matter of what's the cost to replace that. If we're replacing it with a heat pump, that's going to draw less power over time than the current unit that may be 25 years old. That cost essentially would have been incurred anyway. The costs of solar typically are going to have an upfront cost, but it's going to be based off of whenever we do the project between now and 2035, what are the prevailing rates at that time, and what would you earn back over that? I mean, everybody who's installed solar on their home, and I almost did, but I took this job instead and moved down here. I was one day away from completely going off the grid, and I came down here instead. At each time you go into one of those projects, you're doing that assessment. And, again, in many cases, we're replacing things that we're going to need to over the lifespan of that through our deferred maintenance program and hopefully through our modernization programs as well. So I can't give you that number, and it's going to be with 16 schools. We would really have to go in and look specifically to say, okay, what things are not electric now that we would have to replace over the next 10 years? Do we have other projects, or would we have a plan to replace that anyway, so we can get that when it comes time? And those are the things that we'll be looking at with this new master plan to help define what those costs would be. So, as I sit here, the facilities costs are going to be apparent, and it's going to be a project-by-project discussion. It'll be a project-by-project budget and assessment that will be brought forward and ultimately approved or disapproved by the board when that time comes. But we can say, hey, look, we designed this project with these goals in mind, and if the board determines that we don't want to do that, or if we say we don't have the money to do this feasibly, that's a discussion that can be had at that time. This is setting goals.
Trustee COC.
So again, I think that's why it would be important for us to modify the verbiage, because yes, I appreciate that it's saying at replacement time. What it's
Trustee
not.
COC, that's for discussion? Because we make that decision, not staff. Do you have a question for staff?
Yes, I'm framing it in a question. Thank you, though, for making sure I'm on task. We don't know what the cost variance would be between a gas heat pump and an electric gas pump, or whatever. We understand what I'm saying. So there's going to always be that variance. So I appreciate the open-ended conversation. The other thing was I haven't heard any discussion of other ways of obtaining some of these things to our district. In the 22 years I've been a parent in the district, when we've had budget shortages that didn't accommodate things like art programs or athletic programs, the parents of the district have rallied and contributed funds that have made these things possible. So what are we doing to embrace organizations that are very interested in these devices being implemented and having them donate these things to our district so it doesn't become a financial issue?
If those opportunities are out there, we would graciously accept them. And also, as I mentioned in projects that I've been involved in the past, when I always prefer to use other people's money before ours. So in Santa Clara, we used some dollars that were available from the County of Santa Clara. We used some City of San Jose grants for some funds that we were doing. So we're always looking to see what is out there that we can apply for and that we qualify for. That's sometimes the barrier, is do we qualify for it? Not is it out there or not. But again, if there's other people's money that can be brought to bear on these, we're always going to either seek it out or graciously accept it.
Trustee COC, is that a follow-up?
Yes, it's a follow-up.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Trustee Rawlings. I'm specifically interested from the community members that have expressed interest. This is a passion project for them. There's lots of organizations out there that are rallying people that are getting involved. If those couldn't be organizations that bring contributions of funds or equipment to our district, outside of things like government grants, like private monies.
If that's out there, we'll take it.
Trustee Verbeff.
In the board policy you referred to, I guess this question is for Eric. Does the board policy direct us to use electric rates from local agencies like Clean Energy Alliance that have a vested interest in resolutions that they're proposing?
I'm going to scroll through it quickly.
Excuse me. The audience needs to stay silent right now. Thank you. We need order, please.
Yeah, I don't see that in the current policy.
Thank you.
Okay, any discussion, or wait, excuse me. Any more questions? Okay, no more questions. May I have a motion to adopt resolution number 212425, Exhibit A?
Motion.
I will second.
Motion made by Trustee Ward, second by Trustee Emery. Discussion. Trustee Verbeff.
I will not be voting to adopt the resolution the way it is currently written because of unknown costs, because of the $50,000 that's affiliated with using the most expensive electric opportunity, that it was, documented that way by our staff. I'd be more interested in our previous resolution that does not use language that mandates certain things. It's a little bit, that we're committed to recognizing things. I think that there is a lot of discrepancy in some of the statements, like climate change is predominantly driven by burning fossil fuels. Where's the data for that? 97% of climate scientists and organizations, where's the data for that? I just think that our district is already doing a lot, as we've discussed. We're meeting the board policy. The board policy doesn't require what this resolution is saying, that, by April 2025, transition to 100% clean energy by enrolling in Clean Energy Alliance's Green Impact Service, which is going to cost us at least, $50,000? I just don't think we need this. So I will not be supporting this, but I would make a motion to change it.
Thank you. Trustee Ward?
I want to first say that thank you for sharing all that information, Eric, and Mr. Dill. Thank you. And also sharing that these are goals. And as each project comes up, that's something that we can discuss as a board as well. And also that, we're not going to go in and electrify everything, but that as things die down, we can replace them to pick the best sustainable solution for the future of our students. And, because we're not going to be here forever, but our kids are. And I want to make sure that they're in an environment where they're going to be healthy and safe. And I want to make sure that as a board member that we're able to do that. And I think setting these goals are extremely important. And I think we know that because we've just seen, half of LA burned down. So, but thank you for that information. And I hope that my colleagues will join me.
Trustee Emery?
Yeah, I want to clarify, if we, for some reason, don't meet, 2035, and it's 2036 or 2037, there is no punishment or any of that. So these are our lofty aspirations that we want to set examples for our students. I know that there's concerns with, both sides. I think we can, come to a conclusion that we need to improve whatever we're doing, and should further better solutions come along, we would be amendable to adjust this resolution. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I'll be on the board in 10 years, so I don't know.
Well, but that would be the current board at that time, they would be able to amend should any new information come to light or any other better possibilities.
I think ultimately we would want to shoot for this. However, I mean, if we're not there, we're not there, right? I also just want to say too that, I appreciate all of our constituents that have spoken to us in regard to this, and our students speaking up about this. I think that says a lot, and I want to say that it takes a lot to get up to that podium and speak and share, especially about their future and how important that is. So I want to just say thank you and value that.
Trustee CSE.
I think all of us feel the same way, and we appreciate all of, especially you young people. We absolutely appreciate your thoughts. And I think we can get pretty much universal support for this if we can change some verbiage so that it's explaining, as we've said a couple of times tonight, that it's articulating more clearly that this is a goal. If we're describing it more as this is what we want to do, and not saying we will do this by this date. I think that verbiage is what's holding some of us from saying, yes, I vote yes on this. So if we can pause this and rework some of the wording, you'll have my yes vote. But as it is tonight, you won't have it.
Thank you. Trustee Beth.
Excuse me. I'd like to ask my fellow trustees, are you comfortable with the bullet point on the last page that says by April 2025, transition to 100% clean energy by enrolling in Clean Energy Alliance's Green Impact Service? Are you comfortable with that and the costs associated with that?
I'm very comfortable with that, and I think it's consistent with our board policy of 3510, as well as being on the board for 10 years. We have consistently been supportive of clean energy, and this is a resolution that was passed back in 2015 when we were looking at 30% rate hikes in electricity. And one of the things it says here, now therefore be it resolved that the Carlsbad Unified School District Board of Trustees supports making it easier, not harder, for California school districts to go solar and to maximize the public benefit of our transition to clean energy. So this has been a consistent value of this school district for many, many years to have clean energy and to be generators of clean energy and to support our community because our solar panels sit in the summertime generating all kinds of clean energy, and that clean energy actually supports the community. So, again, this district's been a longtime supporter of clean energy, so I'm very comfortable in purchasing and being a generator and potentially getting better rates through the CEA due to our generation of clean energy during those summer months, the breaks, and winter breaks. So yes.
But our staff told us in our notes and to the public that moving to the most costly electric rate with Clean Energy Alliance will be an added expense to the general fund's utility budget. We are not being fiscally responsible by picking the most costly electric rate with Clean Energy Alliance. Why do we have to pick them?
Well, again, I'm comfortable with it. I don't know if the other trustees are, if you want to chime in.
I'm comfortable with it.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable with it.
Okay.
I'm clear that if we're talking about putting solar panels on all school facilities, I'm 100% in. I'm 100% in with solar panels to pay for our air conditioning and light our buildings. We're adding in all this other stuff about district vehicles and gas. It's a whole incrementally larger expense. And if we could separate these things out, it would make it a lot easier for us to all feel comfortable with the decisions.
I'm going to go ahead and call for the question because it's 9:36, and so, and we still have one more big agenda item, so we've had discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee COC?
No.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
No.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.7, Superintendent Search Firm Interviews and Final Selection. Trustees, this is a discussion action item, and I now hand it over to Mrs. Megan Arias. And remember, students, if you need community service, you can ask folks to sign off on that.
President Rawlings, may I step in for a moment and suggest that we
If you could wait a moment until the folks clear up.
Of course. I was just going to ask the board to take action to extend the meeting. Yeah.
Now to Superintendent Schmidt, go ahead.
Thank you, President Rawlings. I'm just suggesting we should likely take action, because the math looks like we're going to go past 10 o'clock to extend the meeting, and we need to do that before 10 o'clock.
Yes, certainly we could, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting.
I'll second it.
I have a first and a second. Any questions? Any discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee COC?
Yes.
Trustee Emery?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, I will now turn it over to Mrs. Megan Arias.
Thank you. Before I begin, I just want to first thank our superintendent search firm representatives for patiently waiting for this agenda item. I am going to ask all search firm representatives to kindly excuse yourselves to your assigned conference room, and we will notify you shortly. We will begin very soon, but we got to get through a few items regarding the questions first, and then we'll call you back in. ESS will be first. We're almost there. Thank you very much. Trustees, on January 15th, the board reviewed proposals to enlist the services of an executive search firm to hire a superintendent, and selected 3 firms to present and be interviewed at tonight's board meeting: Education Support Services Group, McPherson and Jacobson, and the Costco Group. This agenda presents the opportunity for the board to hear presentations and ask questions of the 3 prospective firms. Following the presentations and questions, it is respectfully recommended that the Board of Trustees select one search firm to conduct the district's superintendent search. I will now turn it back to President Rawlings for public comment.
Thank you. This is time for public comment, and we have received 6 blue cards. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. You will have 3 minutes. We will have the timer on the screen, and your mic will be muted when your time has expired. The first speaker is Mike Richardson.
Hi, my name is Mike Richardson. I do live in Oceanside, but I went to all of the Oceanside schools, which when I was there in 1940s and 50s were Oceanside Carlsbad schools. When I entered high school, it was Oceanside Carlsbad High School. There was no high school in Carlsbad, so I think I can speak with experience. I've been attending the school board meetings at Oceanside school board meetings for the last 4 years or so. And I have to tell you, I was shocked that you might, when I heard you might consider Julie Vitale as a consultant for helping you choose a superintendent, because she has been absolutely just devastated our school district. They're just, the fact that she, even though she's paid over $350,000 a year to taxpayers in Oceanside who expect her to give them her 100%, she's willing to go take on another job and work for you, doesn't that tell you something about her trustworthiness? I could just go on and on about the things that have been done in the Oceanside schools, including the fact that in spite of a 33% decline in student enrollment over the last few years, she's building a $40 million headquarters. Maybe she could do that for you. I just, there's just so many reasons. She's a dishonest, corrupt person who should not be involved with school, with kids, period. And the fact that you might consider her for that is just unbelievable. On the second hand, on the second thought, maybe it'd be a good idea if you hire her for your superintendent, because then we could get rid of her. And I'm sure she'd build you a $40 million headquarters too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rochelle Babler.
Carlsbad trustees, my name is Rochelle Babler, and I'm a parent to 2 children at Poway Unified School District. As you narrow down your decision for a search firm, I felt that it was important for me to share my experience with the search firm McPherson and Jacobson LLC. First, Poway Unified hired this firm to do nationwide superintendent search after our disgraced superintendent, Mary Kim Phillips, was terminated with cause. It seemed our board and this firm were on the fast track to hire another, yet many constituents did not trust the current board to hire another superintendent, considering they protected someone for months who was blatantly bullying students. As you now know, they hired Ben Churchill. Second, McPherson and the board had a timeline of dates set for the new superintendent's hire. This included a survey that everyone, including teachers and community members, could complete. Cabinet members and the teachers' unions all had meetings with search firm, but parents in the community were left out, despite being promised a public meeting. Considering how much this firm was getting paid and the divide in the community created by the scandal of our superintendent's termination, a public meeting was heavily warranted. Additionally, McPherson promised a, quote, a process for the stakeholder groups to submit input to the district concerning all the finalists, end quote. But the community was not informed of the finalists or allowed to submit input. All of this led me to questions. Something seemed off and not complete. So I emailed all of my board members and asked them questions. They referred me to Ben Johnson and Julie Vitale, the consultants for the McPherson and Jacobson search firm, and who are in charge of the search. Neither of them responded to my questions either, even after I followed up. Then I discovered another big problem, the connection between Julie Vitale and Ben Churchill. It appears they know each other well, having seen pictures of both of them together at conferences for the past several years and being superintendents in neighboring districts. It immediately smells of a conflict of interest, unethical, and perhaps a heavily biased hiring. I now have more questions like, did Julie Vitale charge Poway $31,500 to conduct a search when all along she planned to push for her friend Ben Churchill? Did Vitale disclose to the POSD board that she was friends with Ben Churchill? Did Vitale recruit Ben to apply for the Poway position, or did Ben apply on his own? How did Ben find out about the opening? Does Vitale's current role as superintendent of another North County district bias her toward recommending a particular candidate, either as a potential ally or as a potential competitor for teachers and staff? I'm here to share with you my concerns with this search firm and what appears to be unethical behavior by Vitale and this firm. You deserve a search that is transparent and based on community input so that the best candidate is selected, as opposed to a friend of the firm running the search. Thank you.
Thank you. Athena Runner.
Hi, Athena Runner. I live in the district. I would urge the CUSD Board of Trustees to reject McPherson and Jacobson as a search, as for the firm for the superintendent search. I find it troubling that a sitting superintendent in a neighboring district would be involved in selecting our next superintendent, especially given her role in our superintendent's departure. It seems questionable for the same firm to profit from both orchestrating a departure and facilitating that replacement. I would like to ask the board to select education support services from the 2 remaining firms. While they are a bit more expensive, Dr. Suzette Lovely's experience as the CUSD former superintendent gives her a unique insight into our district and what we would be looking for. Their success in placing superintendents locally in our area is also a big plus to me. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Carlsbad School Board. My name is Patty Kay, and an Oceanside resident. Many of us here have firsthand experience with Julie Vitelli as superintendent from 2018 to 2024, and these are our caveats to you. Number one, we feel her emphasis is not on the students or actually their achievement. When under her leadership from 2018 to 24, the standardized test scores for ELA declined from 45.77% to 39.65. Math went from 36.23 to 29.29. Would you let a surgeon with these failing medical test scores do surgery on you? Would you like an airline pilot or traffic controller who scored like this to be your pilot or be directing your pilot? In 2017, El Camino High School ranked 200th in the state. As far as 2022, it went down to 607th, a drop of 407 spots. And these are the facts. Grades are failing, so let's, under her administration, emphasizing grading for equity. Teachers are pressured to change grades. A teacher writes, quote, "The goal is to have C or higher. Pressures on teachers to change grades, F to D and D to C." This is the quote from the teacher. Number three, grades are failing, but Vitelli is busy selling school properties to developers rather than to the city for much-needed parks and sport fields. With all the Sacramento housing mandates, where are all the new students going to be attending school when the property is all gone? She's not on the student for the students when it's determined that she's going to build the $40 million district office. We call it the Taj Mahal. Meanwhile, Rome is burning. Grades are failing, but her school board votes consistently 5-0, and also votes for her raises without a performance review, we understand, since 2022. What private company grants raises when the business it administers is failing? Evidently, with a total 23 salary of $304,966, with benefits up to $379,205, she feels it's not enough and needs that extra job as recruiter. She also needed to charge Oceanside taxpayers 2 to 3 times a week for her outings to local eateries and coffee bars for approximately $12,977. She donated to her causes with taxpayers' dollars nearly $7,131 to LGBT
Thank you.
communities and their causes.
Next speaker is Allison Minot.
Good evening. My name's Allison Minot, and I'm a parent to 2 children in Oceanside School District. If anything happens to me or my children after today, it will be in pure retaliation for me standing here today. I wanted to come here this evening to express my concern of the information I came across. Dr. Julie Vitelli, our superintendent, it seems, has had some time on her hands. Dr. Vitelli is unfit to be scouting for Carlsbad's next superintendent. Let's be clear. We've had to deal with her for several years now in her incompetence. Since becoming our superintendent, she has failed our students and families time and time again. Dr. Vitelli reigns and rules in our district. Her school board votes in constant 5-0. Oceanside's test scores continue to plummet under her leadership. A mass decline in enrollment under Dr. Vitelli's leadership. The last district to reopen their school doors during the pandemic under Dr. Vitale's leadership. And while many other school districts in San Diego County spent the majority of COVID funds on distance learning, Oceanside Unified School District spent 68% on PPE, 31% on distance learning, the highest, by the way, in the state, our little Oceanside. 2 elementary schools have closed under Dr. Vitale's leadership, displacing many socioeconomically challenged families. And most recently, we have had students at Pablo Talk Elementary School's campus under massive construction site. Under her leadership, we have, these kids have to learn under just really bad environments. That's not all. Many safety hazards that have been addressed to Dr. Vitale and school board, but sadly, she has never given them her time. That should be all I'd have to say for you guys to run away. But anyhow, Dr. Vitale should be doing what she gets paid for at 350,000 plus benefits in her own district, and clearly has no business in other school districts, and frankly, no business in public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Scott Davison.
Last year, the CEO of Coca-Cola resigned. Their board was then tasked to pick a consultant to find his replacement. Do you know who they picked to lead their search? The CEO of Pepsi. Okay, I'm kidding. It would be preposterous to let your competitor pick the person to run your company, right? Except that's actually what you're proposing to do tonight. If you pick McPherson and Jacobson, the person who will be picking your new superintendent will be Julie Vitale, the superintendent of your neighboring school district, the same school district that competes with you for teachers, staff, rankings, funding, grants, and almost everything related to the operation of your school district, even students, will be picking your new CEO. On top of all of that, you would be relying on a superintendent of a school district that has been anything but successful during her tenure. Whether it's academics or finances, Oceanside is in big trouble, and under their superintendent's leadership, they have only gotten worse. Sadly, the problems with McPherson don't end there. The biggest problem is that the reason they're here tonight pitching their services is due to a situation of their own making. They were hired by Poway to find their new superintendent, and they made $31,000 by doing a nationwide search simply to end up picking the superintendent of another North County school district, ours. Conveniently for them, they can now drive 30 minutes down the road and ask you to pay thousands of dollars to fill the vacancy that they helped create. Some firms charge widely different amounts of money based simply on the size of their school district. Shouldn't it be easier to find a school district, superintendent for a school district for a larger, well-known district? Does having more students suddenly make it harder? Or do they simply assume that your revenue is bigger and therefore you can afford to give them more money? One firm entered a bid of over $40,000 to Poway, but then cut it to under $25,000 simply to price match their competitor. Did they cut $15,000 worth of services that they were going to provide during the search? Or were they just hoping to pocket the extra money for the same amount of work? Look, you don't really have any good options when it comes to picking these search firms. There are conflicts of interest and double dealing everywhere you look, but there is certainly a worst option, and that's McPherson. And I will say that if we don't need a search firm to find our next CBO because there's already enough interest, we shouldn't need to spend $30,000 on a search firm for a superintendent at all.
I will now hand it back to Mrs. Arias.
Thank you. To help make an informed decision, trustees were given access to the proposals submitted by each firm. In addition to this, in addition to reviewing the proposals, each firm will have 20 to 25 minutes in which they will provide